Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper S for Viperland, and I'm back here a day later than normal, but whatever, in Robotics No Elite. Gotta love that musical transition from music to scooter sounds. We made a lot of progress in this chapter, and I have to assume we're fairly close to an ending? At the very least, I know because of my spoiler-free guide, there's no more important decisions on this ending route. So, it's whatever is going to happen is going to happen. Yeah, well, I mean, it was what, like a week later or something like that? It's not backlog. Be under here, daily records. Yeah, almost. Almost a week later it took him to recover. It's been about 3,000 years, you know. It feels like it. 3 days off, yeah. I never take 3 days off, but as it stood, also, hey, 7th, Sora, and Ramen, by the way. Welcome, everybody, to Viperland in the chat. We didn't really wrap up Christmas Eve stuff till like 11 p.m., and I had to be up at 7 a.m. the next day, so like I couldn't have streamed then. So, Saturday I spent with friends, and yesterday was just a weird day. I'm hoping I don't have COVID. We'll know in a few days. Apparently the tests are... You need to wait 5 days after potential exposure. It's tertiary exposure, but it's still enough that I'm worried. Enough that I'm not going to D&D on Wednesday, but we are going to still hang out digitally, so still no stream Wednesday. But yeah, sorry. It took him... It's just, I got distracted because, yeah, it's been 3 real days since I've streamed, and it just feels weird. But we're back, and, yeah... I mean, all the torture was kind of funny until he straight up electrocuted himself. It's like, you are a stupid, stupid human. Which seems to be an ongoing theme. He's not evil stupid, like Taku was. Evil, horny, bad stupid. He's just kind of stupid. He's just kind of... Yeah, he really clearly does not put his own well-being above anything. But he's not a bad person. He's just... not the best socially, and kind of stupid. Which is still so much better than Taku. Ever along the familiar interstate road on my scooter. Thanks to the nice weather, the wind isn't so chilly today. Akio is riding in front of me, the hem of her skirt waving in the wind. As always, I wonder how she manages to prevent that thing from flying all over the place. It's magic, clearly. Yeah, true. You're not wrong, Ramen. I feel heavy. Even driving my scooter sucks. Oh man, scooters are cool. I've never driven a scooter, but I imagine they're cool. I haven't recovered yet. It's been almost a week since I stayed at Frau's place for 2 nights, grinding away at KB without sleeping. Oh, it was it was almost 48 hours. Holy jeez, dude. I haven't been to school since then. I had to skip when I was over at her place. So it's been 8 days since I last showed up. As expected, 2 consecutive slow-mo attacks in a row were a bit too heavy for me to handle. No kidding. I've never done anything like that before. For 2 days after, I couldn't even stand up on my own. I was a mess. Top of that, because I couldn't play KB online for a few days, my ranking dropped all the way to 4th place. The true tragedy here. Don't worry about whatever strain may have happened to your body and the fact that you could have died. You fell to 4th place. Granted, it didn't take me long to climb back up to 2nd, but still. After everything went down, Frau told me how the incident wrapped up. After I broke through the lock, Frau went in and commanded all the robots to cease all functionality. And just like that, the rich series was stopped before they could attack the government proper. At nearly the same time, power was restored all throughout Tokyo. The economic confusion from the incident is still an issue, but at least folks in Tokyo are back to their lives. After I passed out, the policeman who visited called an ambulance and had me taken to the hospital. As for Frau, well, the cops took her in and questioned her as a person of interest. She was swinging by the police station almost daily for a while, but at no point was she arrested. Folks online continued to discuss the terror of the Furuguri family. Lots of people declared that they were quitting the gun barrel fandom, and the user numbers for KB dropped hard. But whatever, they're free to say what they want. The real truth resides elsewhere. Frau did really well. But though we avoided the worst case scenario, it's now clear to me that the Kimijima reports aren't a conspiracy theory. They're a clear and present threat. Took this kid like months of fairly substantial evidence including the creation of a otherwise scientifically thought to be impossible thing for him to be like, oh crap, maybe they're right. Like, after like 57 check marks of like, that happened, that happened, that happened, that happened, that happened, it was like the 58th where he's like, oh crap, 58, I can't ignore that. 57, whatever, that could be coincidence. 58, oh, this might be real. But hey, he finally... The Committee of 300 and the Tavistock Institute are secretly pushing their plan to eradicate humanity forward. Another large solar disturbance is slated to occur in the year 2020. I have a real bad feeling about this. What am I supposed to do? How do I fix this? Hey, Kai. Sorry, we have Twitter stuff. This is the first time I've ever felt like I don't want to play KB. Ooh. Oh. Ah, from Gijine to Yashio-san, I found someone I want to introduce who seems perfect for your hobby. Person's name is Dash. He gets mad if you call him Super Hacka, so please be careful. We get introduced to a good character. I hope that somehow he and Frau interact. That's it. That's it. That somehow I feel like they'd either get along perfectly or they'd be too similar and they'd hate each other. There's no middle ground. There's no middle ground. They either become inseparable best friends or they repel each other like magnets. That's it. White bread. Grab the white bread, put it in your mouth, and wait at an intersection by the school gate. If you do that, a flag will go up and Frautan will win. Lol. Lol, dude. Lol. That's how you win, huh? I guess so. I know that's what it's called, and I know that he literally, like, he's in the photo for it. Like, I haven't looked up any spoilers, but he's straight up, like, he's right there. Like, he takes up the entire left-hand side of the icon, like... So, I guess. I'll pick you up at your house. Been a while since we went to school. Let's go together. I still feel sick. Wanted to stay away until graduation. Of course, I mean, I am your guardian. We'll go positive. Should stop selling parts for a bit and concentrate on the building aspect. I feel much better since I got the surgery. Glad he decided to get the surgery. The nightmare of the crash of 15 again. 6 days of blackout. Long way to fully back up. My company's still rattled from not being able to get to the test straight. We have to buy new PCs for the whole company, so I contacted the maker. They told me it'll take half a year to get it to us. Give me a break. Huh. It's almost like they have a shortage of semiconductors or something. The maker should cover their repair fees for PCs and phone droids in the first place. They knew that a solar disturbance was coming. Trying to take money in this situation is disrespectful to the customers. Stock prices hit the floor in the large... How many zeros? 100 million... 200 million yen that I invested disappeared in those few days. Gonna go hang myself. If they just used commas to separate those circles, that would have been so much easier. Also, hey Birdie, how's it going? Welcome to my early into the chat. Yeah, sorry, one of those days, 2 of those days were planned. One was kind of a unplanned thing. But we're back. We'll still be off Wednesday, and we might be off Friday. Friday is one of the few days that I hope I won't be streaming, because I either will be hanging out with friends, or I'll test positive for COVID and I'll be here. So I really hope I'm not streaming Friday. It's a weird feeling to be like, I hope I don't stream that day. I live in the Kansai area, but still, the solar disturbance, the phone droid hasn't been working well, or since. It wasn't fake news that the ISS went down. The service robot at my work stopped working, and it's kinda sad. Took years to get fully back up from the crash of 15, so it'll take some time this time too. This is what happens when you cheap out and not step up a full countermeasure for it. It's their fault, but us getting affected by it is annoying. I think there are less surface robots in Tokyo now. Excuse me. So was the hacking of the robots to cause and terrorist attack fake news? The robot attack wasn't fake news, it really happened. Robot terrorist attack was prevented before it happened. Also, the suspected high school girl was completely innocent. Kurokane-shi is currently radio silent. Wow, I mean, it proved that she was innocent, but it doesn't matter. On the internet, once somebody thinks you're guilty of something, it doesn't matter whether you actually are or not. Anti-solar flare tech and literally anything but the robots. Yep. What? Frau Kujiro wasn't the culprit behind the terrorist attacks? Why are you letting her off when there's no source that she's innocent? Plus there are rumors that her mother is a serial killer. There's rumors and there's no proof of anything. So I'm gonna choose to believe the worst. There isn't proof that she's innocent, but there isn't proof that she isn't either. RI Company announced that they are going to collect all the Rich series that are out. It was just on the news. That company is done for. A Japanese man was found dead in the Philippines with his face crushed. I wonder how that fits in with anything else, and nobody in D at the moment. Okay. His face crushed. After parking his scooter, Akiho walks over with a grin. Want to come to the robot clinic with me after school? I have something to show you. Oh yeah, you've been out for like a week. Anything could happen. What's up? We're getting close to reaching a solution for Gunbuild 2's drive system. Oh. Oh, so did you decide to use the monopoles? Shh. Don't say it out loud here. Akio looks around anxiously. After making sure nobody overheard us, she lets out a sigh of relief. Anyway, Doc totally found his groove. He's building us a whole bunch of prototypes right now. I wanted you to see them too. I doubt there'd be much point in me seeing them. You should still check them out. You're the one who found the first one after all. Now all that's left is to convince Frau Bo to handle the programming. Yeah, aren't they just constantly or occasionally falling in the park? Like, I assume that's still happening. That wouldn't have stopped. I believe. Yeah. Something about going there to meet his family. Okay, okay. Also, how's it going? Welcome to Viper Lane in the chat. I suppose I could swing by the abandoned hotel today. She's probably locked in there like she always is. I passed through the front gate of the school, and just as I'm about to head to the classroom... Yashio-senpai, a familiar voice stops me. Judging by the person's bizarre choice of words... Did you think I was some hot dude or something? Hey, she's back at school. Too bad, it was me, Frau-chan. Code Viper. Yeah, it's... We've done everything we can to avoid it, so fingers crossed, without going into personal family details or stuff. We've done our best to avoid it, but there is a chance at this moment. And I don't want to, even if it's only a small chance, I don't want to be near outside people till I know for sure. Frau dashes over after delivering her incomprehensible greeting. We've done a lot here, so I'm pretty sure, but pretty sure is not positive. Frau Bo, but you never come to school. Hi there, Prez-senpai. Actually, I wanted to ask you something. How come you're always next to Yashio-senpai in the girlfriend position like it's no big deal? Huh? Girlfriend position? I place Akiho face down in girlfriend position and end turn. Hey, Kona-chan, don't you think it's a little too early for this? Anyway, have you decided to attend class like a normal student? Not quite. I'm here to participate in the Robot Club's activities. I'm not here for school. What do you think I am? I'm here for club activities. That face, though. I feel like that is the perfect Frau face. It's just slightly off in, like, every way, but it's so her. I made my decision after what Yashio-senpai said to me. Where's the hide? I need to crop that later. She then wraps herself around my arm. She's being a little too touchy-feely for my taste, but just as I'm about to shake her off. She's pretty good. I realized something. I decided to do whatever I can to make Gunbarrel shine again. Frau's small hands are trembling. Those are tiny hands, yes. She's been a shut-in for who knows how many years. I was distracted by the face, but the hands are tiny. I can't even imagine how scary it must be for her to suddenly come back to school. And yet, despite her fear, Frau's doing her best to move forward with her head held high. Frau's true life is finally about to begin, right here on this island where her mom lived, even if it was only for a short period of time. I know it's pretty late to be saying this, but... Welcome to Tanegashima, Kona-chan. That would be credits. Yep. Alright. Cool. We can skip credits because we've seen them a bunch of times. Phase 7 cleared. I will do what I can. Another trophy earned. We're almost at the 50% mark of trophies. Okay, so back to the guide. Thankfully I've got it up over here. After you get the Phase 7 ending, load your locked save. See, I'm so glad that they tell us to lock that save, because apparently everything is there. Locked save. Load save data. Open Twippo right away and reply, what is inside of Chikura Cavern like? It's large enough to sit 1,000 people. Cool. And then go to August 24th. Alright. What's the skip button again? Not that. Not that. That! That's the 23rd, so just... 23rd... August 24th in the general store. I can see how it would be really easy to get these out of phase. Spend the next 2 hours searching around for stuff, and now that we know that, like, once you've gotten the trophy for it, you just keep going till it happens. Don't go, oh, it should have happened by now, and go back. Just keep it going. It'll happen. You got the trophy. You did the thing. Yep. Oh yeah, we have to actually do this, don't we? Which means, yep. It's weird that you have to leave and then go back to the beach. Like, you have to. You cannot find it that initial time at the beach. It's impossible. You have to leave and come back. Still think this is the easiest of them to spot, and it still took me a while. Some of these have been hidden well. But, you know, I don't hate the search process. I don't hate it. Maybe, like, the last one I'll hate because it'll probably be, like, go to any area. It could be anywhere. So far, I don't really hate it. Alright, inside the general store. Twippo, what is gun build 2? A giant robot. Oh, there you go. Beep beep burr. Path to phase 8. Alright. Alright, the next thing we have to worry about is on December 11th. And we should be able to just hold this till it fast forwards. Yep, sad times. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Alright. Thermosphere sensor. Unknown, 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 unknown. Ah, good. Cool. We don't know who we are, where we are, why we are, when we are. I'm desperately waiting. Waiting for the wintry sky. For the chilly winds. For the powdery snow that descends and melts. Yeah, it would be nice to have some snow around here. It's been like high 40s, 50s the past week. It's so warm in here now, I'm gonna have to crack the window open. In the week after heckin' Christmas. Desperately waiting. This is my dream. But having it snow isn't enough. It snows here too. That snow might be special in and of itself, but it's not super special. I want it to be like a miracle. For example, at Christmas Eve, blanketed in white snow, we did have just enough snow to cover the ground a little Christmas Eve morning. Snow feels so much more romantic when it falls on that specific day, doesn't it? Some people say that it simply marks a date on a calendar, but I believe that dates are important. For a long, long time, people have applied meaning to their days, each day with its own purpose. And out of the 365 days that form a year, people have given special meaning to certain specific days, so that they can celebrate those days joyfully, so they can make precious memories with loved ones. Those days serve as something to work towards for the year, to be excited for. Those days serve as something to work towards for the next year, to be excited for. My body could fall apart at any moment. I kind of wish I could just disappear, but I'd like to try and last until Christmas Eve. It's the one day that I love more than my own birthday. Experiencing a white Christmas Eve in a place where snow rarely falls would be a true miracle. I still believe in that miracle, and so every year I check the weather forecast a week ahead of time. Oh, weather forecast. Will it snow this year on December 24th? Can you make this one day out of the year extra special? I'm desperately waiting. Waiting for the wintry sky, for the chilly winds, for the powdery snow that descends and melts. Oh, okay, so we do have, it's automatically December 11th. Even with finals finished, the classroom is filled with intense energy. Well, let's see. Wow, this year's Winter Komima has a lot more groups participating with gun barrel. I thought it would be a lot less, so now I'm thinking about going. It wasn't dead content after all. This is an important one. Have you gone before? Heard it's a no newcomers allowed event. The other ones are, I've only seen Komima on the news. Komima is an event that people in the countryside watch while weeping from FOMO. We'll go with that one, because we have to. That's important. Next one's on the 19th. We'll not have a new issue. I mean, that happened and I wasn't planning to participate. TBH, keeping Komima running despite Tokyo being in total chaos is crazy, in a good way lol. Still selling analog thin books. Finished testing. Last test of my high school life, I think. I bet the results are going to be bad. Ending with a bang because it's the last, I think. It's an aesthetic. Since it's our last test, I wish we'd done better. No need to get depressed. I mean, it's the last one anyway. Okay, those what we got. Damn it, testing period ended and it's back to the regular schedule. Goodbye, paradise. Even in Tanegashima, it's cold in the winter. I thought it was the same as Okinawa and would be like summer. Though if you think about it, we are 500 kilometers away from Okinawa, so it's natural that it's a different temperature. The governor announced that service robot safety has been confirmed. The number of congressmen saying we should lower the amount of service robots has decreased. Seems like it's going to end with nothing changed. Apparently on December 11th, 2019, Irely started your PvP journey for the mount. Oh no. Yeah, he went full Kaya mode. I mean, you got the mount, but also, jeez. Even if Ann Bill for service robots was brought up, it would probably take over a year to get it cleared. By then, the expo would have already passed, so it wouldn't matter. They added more to prepare for next year's expo, so it isn't realistic to get rid of them at this time. So they are going to leave over 10 million people in danger while the expo is going on. Pretty bad. Some people use commas. I don't think there will be more solar disturbances coming. 15 and 19 were said to be the worst, but we got past that. The sun should be coming down moving forward. Wrong! Excuse them as maybe intentional. Yeah. Like, I don't know whether it's just a translation minor error, or if it's people on Twitter being people on Twitter. I heard somewhere that you should be careful for solar disturbances in 2020. You're right, where did you hear it from, though? The get rid of service robot side must be folks who lost their jobs to robot. Anyway, it's unjustified resentment based on misunderstanding. I saw with my own eyes, robots marching towards Kasumigasaki when the blackout hit. Since then I'm afraid of robots. It scares me seeing them walking around in the city. I don't care about the locals fearing robots, but there will be more people visiting from overseas when the expo is here. What are they going to do when the robots attack people? It could turn into an international issue, and nothing indeed. Though now that we're in another area, we should save. Excuse me. Guys, finals are over. No more high school tests. So, why do you all look like you're getting ready for war? I mean, exams are done, yet so many of my classmates are still face first in their textbooks. Look, I know. I'm not an idiot. I know exactly why they all look so desperate. I've done my best to pretend not to notice, but it's already the end of the year. Next month is the Kagoshima Uni entrance exam. Almost half of our school students will be doing battle with that beast. Apparently they're all going to be checking into a hotel a few days earlier and studying together. The tense energy surrounding them is currently enveloping the classroom. Folks who've already gotten accepted, those getting a job, and those going to specialized schools all understand. They know how tough it is for the exam takers, so they stay quiet. As for me, I haven't decided what I'm going to do. Yeah, no kidding. Apparently, yeah. I realize that's nothing to be proud of. I mean, I am in the robot club after all, but seeing everyone else work really hard in anticipation for their entrance exams leaves me feeling kind of pressured. Akio lightly strikes the side of her phone droid with an upset expression. A second ago, she came over to tell me that Misane would be on the news soon. I guess she wanted to show me a live stream of the conference or something. Something's wrong, it won't display properly. Could it be because of the solar disturbance? I heard it's been, affecting phone droids and stuff. Junie's been coming over to our classroom to hang out during breaks these days. Not with any particular objective in mind, she kinda wanders in, chats, and then disappears. Part of it might be because of the Juna bodyguard squad is studying for their entrance exams, maybe. Juna's going straight into the workforce. I heard she got hired at Space Candy. I hope in a good way?
Oh no!
Yeah, hopefully it's not too bad. Hopefully it's not directly involved with the president. Nope, not Otto. I remember her telling me that the president was kinda hard to deal with. Funny how things turn out. Come to think of it, Kona-chan was saying that some of her PCs broke. She was cursing like crazy, yeah. Resignation form writing. Yeah. I mean, you know, if he sexually harasses an employee who's a high school student, sue for big money, I guess. But, like, yeah, gotta get out fast if things start to go Activision. It's true. It's true. Well, it was a pretty big one. The ISS actually fell. Did it? Wait, hold, the ISS fell? China has widespread Asian dust. I don't know what that means. They're saying the disturbance is beyond that, too. I don't know what that means. Juna suddenly looks a lot more alive as she delves into her favorite topic of discussion, urban legends. Mizuhara-san was saying that the Asian dust situation is the largest recorded in history. Again, I don't know what that is. But okay, it sounds, if it's the largest and you're talking about it in a negative way, it's bad? That's the dandy meteorologist that appears on weather forecasts all the time. He's big with housewives. The dandy meteorologist? Is that Slayer's, like, day job? This isn't just their problem either. The dust is making its way to Japan. There's also data saying that the Kanto region has been losing lots of daylight time in the past couple of weeks. What? A specific region of Japan has been losing daylight hours because of a solar flare. Okay. Maybe it's related to the dust. Maybe it's like blanketing the sky more. I don't know. Curse you, solar disturbance! Curse you! It's at this very moment that I realize Akio and Frau are basically the same. It's only a matter of time before she starts assigning an actual personality to the solar disturbance. Except she won't assign a perverted personality to it. Annual thing where sands from deserts in Central Asia are blown into the air and travel globally, but it ruins air quality and reduces daylight. There you go then. Explains the daylight thing and explains why it's bad. Wait, is he the reason why IRUO is constantly in maintenance these days? And there you have it, the disturbance is now a he. It literally took 14 seconds. I was told that I'd have to pay money to get any solar disturbance related problems fixed, of course. Take over the Navy? No, shockingly. Also, hey Potions, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. No, but there was a massive solar disturbance that cut power in Tokyo for like 2 days. And it's had ramifications where like tech isn't working very well. Oh, yeah, that's also true. We didn't make him self-destruct, but we did make him stop. You'll appreciate this, Potions. A hacker got into all of the robots, because all of the robots had anti-solar disturbance tech. That's the one. Okay, so you gotta be catching up to me, because I just saw it. But yeah, that's the weapon I saw that's like, I know this name. I love this name. This is a weapon I like. So yeah, Power goes out over all of Tokyo except for the robots because they have anti-solar disturbance tech. A hacker hacks into the OS for the robots because they all run off the cloud, tries to get them to overthrow the government, and locks the system behind a fighting game AI that is the most powerful fighting game AI known to mankind. And Protag has to try, literally stays awake for almost 48 hours just trying to beat this AI to unlock the OS so that they can get the robots to stop attacking the government. He ends up taking ice cold baths, slapping himself, almost choking himself out, electrocuting himself into unconsciousness. He eventually wins. Okay, got it. So I just bought it, but I'm trying to level other weapons so far. Yep, that's the plot point that happened. The world was saved because Protag is good at fighting games. Yeah, he also passed out for 8 days. No, 6 days, sorry. Let's see, did I go to that? Or did I go to that? Yeah. Either that or buy a brand new one. They should let us trade for a new one for free. Even people like us who are nowhere near Tokyo are having problems, right? That means there are probably hundreds of thousands of folks in Tokyo who have issues too. If they replaced all of our phone droids for free, the entire industry would collapse. Oh, also potions. You saw us reference last week that we may have gotten a certain unsavory character that we can read tweets from. We just got a slightly better character. We haven't seen any tweets from them yet. But the icon might, the name of the hacking... Can I zoom in on this? Not editing it. It's Hacker, not Hacka. So now we got a cool person in our Twitter list. That's not Taku. Footage of Kai actually dying. Also, we have Frau making the best face. I'm cropping this later and I'm using this for something. I don't know what. But it's the best. It's the best. Alright, back to actual game. Yeah, I'm gonna have to emote it, you're right. No, I got you. If they replaced all of our phone droids for free, the entire industry would collapse. Yeah, I guess. But I can't afford to pay for repairs. I already got in advance of my New Year's money, plus half a year's allowance. Yet you still manage to buy a skull every single day. Hey, priorities. Priorities. My parents give me 150 yen a day as a show of mercy. $1.50? Hold up, isn't that kind of a lot? Isn't 150 yen like $1.50? That means you're getting 4,000 yen a month. Yeah, that's $40 a month. That's not a lot of money. Aki-chan, not cool. Calm down, Yashio-kun. Ain't nobody gonna stop this girl's ritual of drinking a skull a day. Is that so? I love that that's a connecting thread of all these games, is the protags always have a drink that they love more than any other drink. Jeez, I always forget that she's the daughter of the chief of the TNSC. She's so spoiled. Akio clearly has no idea of what I'm thinking as she dejectedly looks at her phone droid. I guess I'll just have to deal for now. Is yours acting up kinda? Nah, I had mine repaired last month. What? Why don't you ask me to come along? I did, but you said you were too busy making parts for Model 2. Is that so? This must be the solar disturbance's fault too. Yep, Aki's got a drinking problem. Anyway, the press conference is about to start. Can we use your phone droid to watch it? What sort of conference is this anyhow? It's about the rampaging hug incidents that were all the buzz during summer break. It's almost Christmas, and they're finally putting out a press release about the rampaging attacks during summer? Okay. Punctual as always. Yep, I do remember that. I recall Misane surrounded by reporters and getting pummeled with hard questions. The court hearings for that start today. Oh, that might be why they couldn't say anything. Once things are, like, brought to at least in the US, once things are brought to the court system, it's like, you can't talk about it. Maybe that's why. Gotcha, this might be worth checking out. I open up the Nico Nico livestream page, just as Akiho instructed. Oh, hey. He's definitely not a bad guy. This is entirely unrelated. Please do not conflate things as it can lead to confusion. Exoskeleton Company Executive. Our hugs are different from those made by Robotroy Industries. They do not utilize a cloud server. And as a result of the crash of 15, our hugs are built to counteract EM waves from solar disturbances. In fact, not one of our company's hugs have malfunctioned as a result of last month's disturbance. Our company's policy is to avoid cloud-based OS for as long as the security doesn't meet our standards. Then, what do you believe caused the hugs to go out of control last summer? I must refrain from commenting on that because of the ongoing court hearing. Yep. Darn, I guess Misa isn't showing up. And just like that, Akio's lost all interest. I guess our president doesn't much care about where her sister works. Or that this high-profile case might have long-lasting implications on society. But then again, I understand why her head is filled with Misane. Last month's disturbance hit Kanto hard. Its infrastructure hasn't fully recovered and there were fatalities. Amidst all of that, Akio still hasn't been able to get in touch with Misane. She's been endlessly worried this whole time. Couldn't she at least call us to let us know she's okay during emergencies like this? What's up? She barely appears on TV anymore. I've been passing the baton off to Akio, but maybe I should try getting in touch with her too. But will she ever pick up? What this time? We'll see whether I deserve it or not. Yashio-kun, Tsunomiya-san. Out comes Kobayashi, our homeroom teacher. Yeah, well, if you're alone, you're infected. It's understandable. She calls for Akio and I. She also doesn't sound particularly pleased. You're both staying after school. Get ready for some career counseling. What? We have club too. No excuses. Do you guys have any idea of the situation you're in right now? Yeah. They did bad on Des. You two are the only ones who haven't decided on a career path yet. You're staying after school. End of story. And just like that, she's gone. Did she really have to yell across the classroom? It felt a whole lot like a public execution. And of course, the students who've already decided on their career paths are looking over at us and grinning. Man, Kabo-sen was twice as peeved as usual. Kabo-sen is our homeroom teacher's nickname, short for Kabayashi-sensei. Maybe the vice principal is pulling the strings again. Akio's got a head for conspiracy theories like I do, albeit at a much smaller scale. I mean, I'm actually a bit surprised that you haven't chosen your career paths yet. Both Aki-chan and I kinda suck like that. I love that they know and just accept it. They're like, yeah, nah, we're bad at people, all of us. We just kinda suck at making decisions. Like, he may not be the best character, but he at least understands. Whereas Taku's like, no, no, Taku kinda dumped on himself too, but it wasn't the same. Also, Kai's done nothing to the level of even the least bad thing Taku's done, so, yeah. He is self-aware, I'll give him that. I'll give him that much. He's so bad it doesn't help, correct. I refuse to lose. Storm and Surge, Blast of Spirit. You refuse to lose, but you also refuse to study, which means you're probably gonna lose. Kai isn't a sociopath. Shut up, Cinnamon. We can't concentrate. Sorry. Akio gets all mopey after being chewed out by our classmates. There's no point in freaking out now. We just gotta accept things as they come. Though I'm sure some people would refer to that as escaping from reality. So what am I doing instead of preparing for exams or job hunting? Wish I could tell you that I'm gaming non-stop, but that's not the case. Whoa! Oh, he's dead. My body is currently being tossed around the freezing ocean. He's gonna die. Cool. Oh, he's gotta do the surfing thing, right? I'm in a wetsuit, but for a weak person like me, the winter ocean is so cold that it's like torture. No, really, it's cold as balls. I believe it. I mean, it's almost Christmas and you're in the ocean. I desperately struggle my way to the surface of the water. Actual criminal. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Really, really close. Like, the only thing that... And, oh, man, there's so many layers to that, too, because she knew he was gonna do it. Oh, man. thought I drifted far offshore, but the water is still shallow enough for me to stand up in. What in the world am I doing? There's a surfboard floating near me. Mizuka-san calls my name from the shore. Correct. It's been almost a decade. He has not improved. At all. At all. At all. Yep. It's been 10 years. He's the same. Maybe. Again, he's inherently worse because he's the same, but now he's got a Twitter account. I see her waving me over, so I walk towards her, all the while getting tossed around by the waves. After exiting the water, my entire body is overcome by the intense cold, leaving me shivering. I'd rather stay in the water. Speaking of, can't check. I was about to say, I wonder if we have tweets from him. Mizuka-san is waiting for me with a complicated look on her face. Meanwhile, I look like a shaking newborn deer. He's still in that crate. Yep. So, how did I do? Did I ride the wave? Do you really want me to answer that? I'm willing to give you an answer if you want one. You sucked. I never thought you'd be this bad at sports. You're less than average. No, seriously, the absolute worst. I told you that at the beginning. But come on, it's been 3 days. You should be able to stand on the board by now. Because of my attacks, I typically sat out of PE through most of our school life. Because of that, the boys from my class would tease me, but come on, what do you expect from me, given my condition? As for what I'm doing this winter in this winter wonderland, I'm surfing, that's what. Not because I suddenly decided to become a pro surfer, I couldn't care less about the sport. But one of the unlocked triggers for Kimijima Report number 6 is as follows. Ride a wave for 3 or more seconds on a geotagged surfboard. Sure would have been nice to have had this trigger during the summer. I honestly figured 3 seconds would be no big deal when I stormed into the surfing club. But they didn't take me seriously because I'm in the robot club. So I had no choice but to ask Mizuka-san, a first-generation surfing club member. Mizuka-san was reluctant at first, but I managed to drag her out here in exchange for buying 10 passion fruit buns. Oh man. I hope he spread those out over time. I hope he spread those out over time. For his... yeah.
He might actually be dead.
He might be. She even agreed to coach me through the process. Talk about a lifesaver. Or not. I'm on day 3, but Mizuka-san has been a demon since the very start. She even made me want to legit run away multiple times. She's been trash-talking me for over an hour today. Winter days are short. That's why once school ends, I come here to the beach, change into my wetsuit, warm up, and jump into the ocean. Then, like a beat-up old rag, I get thrown about by the waves, swallow a bunch of seawater, and writhe in pain. If I get tired and head back to shore, Mizuka-san is there waiting for me. After a tiny 2-minute break, she sends me back into the ocean. Get back to practice, she says. I mean, yes, I'm the one who asked her to coach me. I didn't have to pay her anything. I only promised to buy 10 passion fruit buns. Okay, so he didn't eat them all at once. He's just that it's an IOU I'm going to. Okay. In other words, Mizuka-san is coaching me out of the kindness of her heart, so I can't complain. The kindness of her heart and 10 passion fruit buns. So, I think we've covered this before, but like, she's grim, right? Like in this game, not grim from chaos. This is stream grim. She doesn't really care if the passion fruit buns sell. She just wants to see him suffer. Yep, just But even then, I have some questions about the way she treats non-athletes, specifically me. The shark fighter? Oh man, I hope this is the shark fighter ending. That would be great. You're barely watching the waves, Kai. No wonder you can't ride them. Your position when waiting for a wave sucks. What were you trying to do by diving right into a break? Surfer lingo, when a wave that is coming towards the shore is crested after rising up. How am I supposed to tell at a glance where a break is going to be? Plus, I can't move very fast while paddling. That's why I told you to watch the waves, you dumbass. It's the first thing I told you. If I could do that all easy peasy, I wouldn't be struggling this much. How could you expect me to pull off something so technical after just 3 days? Well, I guess this isn't exactly a great spot. The beach that the surfing club uses is way easier to read waves. Then why don't you take me there? Not happening. It's best you stay away. If you get in their way, you're the one that's going to pay for it. Plus, it can get dangerous when someone who doesn't know the rules wanders into a group of pros. There are apparently rules for surfing. Mizuka-san gave me a basic rundown, but I've forgotten most of them. That's how many there are. No, that's how your attention span is. The most important of them being that only one person can ride a wave at a time. Makes sense. And that you can't get in the way of someone's path while they're surfing. Needless to say, I'm entirely incapable of following through on either of those. That's why I picked this spot a little ways away from where the good waves are. Well, gee, thanks. At this rate, you're never going to be able to ride a wave. I'm gonna have to rethink how we approach this. Shark took it away, you see, but now I fight sharks not for money, but for fighting games. A shark will eat his phone droid, and I guess those won't update the save data to the cloud, so his account's lost, and he has to fight his way back up the ranking boards, and decides instead to just punch sharks. Just take a break for a bit, says Mizuka-san as she hands me a towel and walks towards where her car is parked. I wrap it over my shoulder and sit on the sand, holding my knees together while I tremble. I just want to play KP. I'd much rather be doing that than surfing. Or hell, taking a nap at the hangar. Sure, it's still the morning, but whatever. Recover the phone from the shark's stomach. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no more heroes, but shark fighting. I'm really starting to hate the sadistic Kokimijima guy. Screw him and his dumb triggers. Hope he's having fun abusing me. On a whim, I whip out my phone droid from my school bag. I boot up IRUO. Created Irie was so that she could get to know as much of the world as possible. Irie is squatted down, seemingly drawing something in the sand. In reality, there's no picture. Irie can't interact with the real world or even images on IRUO, because she's an AR being with no physical body. Even so, she continues to move her fragile pearl white hand. Kitsune has also been around the world, but she's only gathering data. Hey, Irie-chan, what are you doing? For the past 2 days, Irie's been pacing around the beach, talking to herself like this while I surfed. But so far, Tanegashima is the only place in the world that I can go out into. As for why, it's because the Kimijima reports are doors that I can use. Irie completely ignores my question. Irie-chan? I really hope you're at least watching me surf so you can confirm whether I activate the trigger or not. Irie finally lifts her face. She gives me a puzzled look and tilts her head. Then she flashes me a bright smile. But the Kimijima report only exists on Tanegashima, which means I can only go there. She's definitely ignoring me. I can only come and go from my doors. But it's not like I've been everywhere around Tanegashima. I can only explore within a 109.3 meter radius of a door. Plus, I don't know the detailed locations of the doors. I recently noticed that Irie's been acting kinda strange as of late. We used to be able to converse just fine, but she talks to herself a lot these days. By doors, I mean the AR annotations Master left behind, also known as the Kimijima reports. There are a total of 7 Kimijima reports spread around Tanegashima. She's a YouTuber now. Yeah. Master told me to go see the world as much as I can. One of the triggers for Kimijima report number 7 is just going to be Killer Man. A vlogger, yep. But her vlog is just the weather reports for the upcoming days. Now here's the... Didn't even look at the screen. And now here's the weather for this morning through tomorrow, December 13th in Yakushima. It'll be clear skies, with a high of 14 degrees Celsius and a low of 8 degrees Celsius. And just like that, her usual weather antics start up out of nowhere. The chances of flooding are 0%. Expect some western winds. The maximum wave height will be... Kitsune doesn't need a door. As long as she has a network, she can gather data. Huh? Could she be... I had a bad feeling about it for a while now, but I'm guessing my hunch is on the money. Basically, Irie might be bugged. However, Kitsune cannot appear on a network with this appearance. She can only get information. Kai. Mizuka-san returns holding a plastic container. The winds change directions. Let's go home for today. Ain't no more good waves coming our way. Oh, by the way, I got some surfer lingo for you. Best remember it.
Let's get to it.
That's surfer lingo right there. That's the one. Surfer. Big surfer. She says, and without hesitation pours out the contents of the plastic bottle over my head. Oh. No worries, she's not pouring oil on me or anything. Nobody's going to be lit on fire today. It's a very specific thing to say. Though I did just witness, for the first time in like, well over a decade, I watched Kung Fu Hustle on Christmas. It holds up. Man, I remember really liking the movie, but I hadn't watched it in a long time. It's still very good. Very good. It's just warm water. There are no showers on this beach. No one should be lit on fire. It's true, nobody should be lit on fire. In order to clean off the sticky seawater, you gotta bring your own H2O. In this case, warm water because it's cold. That's one of those surfer rules. That said, I heard the surfing club gets to use the school showers, so yay for them. But she poured water all over me out of nowhere. Even my phone droid is soaked. Thank God it's waterproof. Oh yeah, you missed the surfer lingo.
Let's get to it.
It's surfer lingo. That's what surfers say. That's the lingo that only surfers use. Mizuka-san glances at Haru through my screen. But she says nothing. Come on, strip. She says, Mizuka-san, you did this last time too. This is sexual harassment? Can you believe this, punk? Like I care about your squishy naked body, guy. What, you think you're hot? What? No. Can you not use words like squishy? If you're not gonna strip, you're more than welcome to go home sticky. Fine, I'll strip. Why are all the older women in my life so damn scary? I turn my back to Mizuka-san and begin taking off my wetsuit. Needless to say, I'm not actually nude. I'm wearing swim shorts underneath. Oh, and the wetsuit is a hand-me-down from one of Mizuka-san's old surfing buddies. Even though I've washed myself off, I still can't go home yet. I gotta clean the surfboard too. I gotta wash off all the sand and such stuck to it. And so, while going through the motions, I think to myself, what in the hell am I doing? It's a question I know the answer to, much as I wish I didn't. I have to collect all of the Kimijima reports. I have to do this. They're not the delusions of a conspiracy theorist. After last month's solar disturbance, I'm more than sure that it's all true. Royal Clinic, Akiho. Yup. Just heavy breathing. Alright, watch carefully. Don't take your eyes off of it. Okay, I get it. Hurry up. Chris, why are you whispering? You've got me doing it too now. Because it makes us feel more like a secret experiment. Who cares about that? Just shut up and watch. You're whispering too, Doc. Shh. Doc, let's get started. I suppress my nervousness and signal to Doc. He nods, a stern expression on his face. He then flips on the test power switch connected to the motor. The motor affixed to the stand starts moving. I don't like that electric discharge, though. On occasion, it surges with a faint light blue beam of light. This is the brand new motor that Doc designed and built for Gun Build 2. It's the first servo motor in human history to use a magnet made out of a monopole. But, I know it uses monopoles and all, but it kinda lacks impact. Prez, you're starting to sound like the president of Space Candy, and you don't want to sound like him. How is this any different from a regular motor? It uses magic monopoles. It's arcing electricity across its surface. Thought it was going to be this super powerful tech. Thought it was going to be this super powerful tech that goes whoosh, kaboom, krr, swoosh, you know? Now you just sound like an idiot. Yep, it's about time to ignore Subaru. Meanwhile, he's sighing out of disappointment, I guess. A high-powered motor like that would only wreck the gears. You have to think more practically. He scolded me. I tuned it to a level that wouldn't cause problems for Model 2 if it was installed right now. I say tuned, but I've only really done the basics so far. Can you give us a rundown of its capabilities? Sure. The definitive difference between the old motor and this one is its output. Compared to the servo motors in Model 1, it can output 10 times more power with the same amount of energy. 10 times? And even that ain't its full potential. This is playing on the conservative side of things. The monopole is something else. With this motor, Model 2 will be able to move more than Model 1 using less power. Cool, says Doc as he shuts it off. Truth be told, this motor is an outrageous beast. Yeah, seems a little magical, both in capability and price. I couldn't even begin to tell you how much this thing's gonna end up being worth. But it's something that doesn't exist on Earth. I figure a few 100,000 yen ain't gonna cut it. Can you give us a ballpark estimate? I wouldn't be surprised if it went over 100 million. Say what? Can't even wrap my head around a number that big. How many skulls could I buy with that kind of money? Got it. More than 600,000 bottles. Oh, okay. That's still too big of a number for her, I know. I still can't quite fathom that large a sum of money. This one motor uses around 100 monopoles. Doc ground them down and compressed them. He apparently utilized the same process used to make permanent magnets. He showed me its insides. The magnet made out of monopoles flickered red like it was alive. Even now, monopoles continue to fall into Uchigaoka Park. It's recently become my job to pick them up. I swing by in the mornings and the afternoons on the way to and from school. This used to be Kai's job. And so picking up the monopoles every day led me to discover something. After last month's solar disturbance, the frequency with which monopoles fall has increased dramatically. Now we get around 10 to 20 a day, jeez. There's no way this is anything but abnormal. All the monopoles sitting around on the grass resemble mouse poop, and it's kinda gross to be honest. The neighbors have finally started to take notice of them, but they seem unfazed. People here are pretty chill. Fortunately, nobody from JAXA has heard anything yet. I've also been doing my best to avoid having Dad figure things out. We're planning on using a total of 24 servo motors for Model 2. So we still need 4 more. We should be able to wrap this up this month. Fortunately for us, we have a huge stock of monopoles. It takes a little bit of time and money to turn them into magnets, but things are going as planned, mostly. To be honest, I'm actually a little worried about whether these motors will really be enough to move Model 2. I find myself wondering if we should maybe raise the number of monopoles we use per motor? I have no clue if using more monopoles would result in more magnetism, so maybe I'm just crazy. Both Subaru and Doc are against the idea. Subaru, whatever. If Doc says it's a bad idea and he's the one that's engineering the whole thing, it's probably a bad idea. If you want to finish building Model 2 by the end of the year, we should avoid increasing the number. But the expo's in February, right? We still have a little bit of leeway. If possible, I'd like to dedicate the entire next month to setting up the drive system. Ah, okay. Got it. Alright, Doc, go ahead and mass produce this thing. Mass produce my ass, you're a goddamn slave driver, I swear. Do you really think I can make over 20 of these damn things by myself in half a month? What? Then what are we gonna do? We gotta take a human wave approach to this. I'll get the island's mechanics to cooperate. You mean like Old Man Kamata and Old Man Minato? Yep. I think we should try to keep the existence of the monopole on the down low if possible. There's no way I can accept an order to make over 24 motors by February. Your call, Prez. Alright. I'll go to each workshop on the island and personally ask them to agree to a non-disclosure agreement. What if they don't accept it? And I'll keep at it until they do. If I talk to them about this dream of ours, I'm sure they'll cooperate. Didn't you tell me that Doc was the only one willing to help with the construction of Gunbuild 1? Well, yeah. And even then, no matter how much I bowed my head to him, he only reluctantly agreed to help. Doc uncharacteristically breaks into a massive smile. You're damn right I did. I'm probably the only geezer willing to play along with a Bratz project that won't yield me a single damn yen. People have got lives, the economy's in the dumps, and the job market's shrinking along with the population. Hell, in the last 5 months, this island has lost half of its workshops. Those old bastards ain't got no time to help you kids out. Not unless you got leverage. Leverage? Blackmail. Painfully persist. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Why don't we try using the monopoles as our carrot on a stick? We were going to go public with them eventually anyway. We could give monopole usage rights to all the workshops on the island. We'll know for a fact that they're going to be a hot commodity in the future. And it could be a good way to help stimulate the island's economic growth, too. This is starting to sound like we're trying to bribe them. That's what leverage is. Call it an investment.
それとも何ですか
Or are you suggesting that all the island's workshops would be willing to help our club with nothing to gain from it?
大した自信で
That's
すか
bold.
ナンセンスです
Bold,
ね
but nonsense.
そういう考え
I
で
hope you realize that way of thinking is what got you in trouble with the VP to begin with. You're starting to remind me of her, Subaru.
もともと僕
From
は
the
言って
get-go,
い
I've
たは
tried
ず
to
です
tell you that your way of thinking
部
is
長の考
naive,
えは
Chris.
甘い
Actually, he's right. Every time we bumped into each other, he'd say the same thing. He may be helping as a member of the Robot Club now, but just a few months ago, he was our sworn enemy. But I mean, come on, couldn't he agree with me at least once in a while? I'm a little irritated. You big jerk! I try to ruffle up Subaru's hair. Is he too tall? But he swiftly dodges. Oh no, he just dodges. Hey, that's not fair!
そういうのはヤシオ
Please
先
keep your
輩にだけや
rufflings to Yashio senpai.
僕を身代わりにされる
I'm not fond of being a replacement. That calmness of his totally gets under my skin. I mean, to be fair, she absolutely telegraphs her attack by saying the same thing before it every time. All of you, put a sock in it. I don't care how you do it, just go and convince the other workshops to help out. Otherwise, we ain't building no Model 2 by the end of the year. That's all there is to it. No, she's not subtle. Okay. It's time for me to step up to the plate. Just you wait to see, Subaru. Oh, we got some tweets. Alright, so it's not the 19th yet, so none of them are plot important. Nothing in D, unfortunately. Subaru's still kind of stuck up. Played 1, 10-2, break. I think it means played for 1 hour, 10-2, took a break. Wonder if the others on the island will help in the first place. They don't treat us positively. Maybe karma from your everyday deeds. I mean, you're a troublemaker that fights back against the vice president. Frustrate yourself, offer up your panties, or force it by invoking Doc's authority. Pick whichever one you like. That's just an excuse. You have to do something about it. That's it. I'm going the comedy one. Going the comedy one. I know it's not plot relevant. Is money really everything? Yes. Unfortunately. Today's dinner, making a pot of meatballs. Delicious. Exactly. That is right. Kill Ballad Patch version 4.02 information released. No character adjustments, mainly updated security for online matches. Good. Gotta go all in. Also considering going open source very soon. I mean, my bad for that thing that happened. Looking for volunteers to manage servers. Dead serious. Hanju, Chuchushi, and Kiss Pop Dono are probably gonna be mad. In the sky! I think she might actually be a little bugged, yeah. That's the scream of your soul! Are you okay? Are you broken? What the... I asked Dad about the situation in Tokyo. Looks like it's calming down little by little. He said life's a little inconvenient since the electronics don't work and there are more accidents. Oh, the electronics are still on the fritz in Tokyo, but also Mr. Braun's still hanging in there. I'm a little scared about flying. You don't know if another huge solar disturbance will happen. As the captain, I must think about the safety of our passengers first. So now I fly on the wings of death. I kinda love his dad's overly dramatic Twitter. Okay, you guys can't see this, but I look over here and I can see little bits of my wallpaper behind all the windows I've got open. I've got the strategy guide, I've got the chat window, I've got OBS taking up most of it. But behind that, I've got my wallpaper set on random and I've got thousands upon thousands upon thousands of wallpapers. But it's the Snakes on a Plane, like, poster. As we're reading the plane. It's perfect. It's perfect. So now I fly on the wings of death. But of course, I'm not going to die leaving my loving wife and son behind. Rather than that, can you buy some sweet potato? His wife's always like, cool. Could you grab something from the store? And he's always like, of course, my wonderful wife. Yep. As we announced during our press release, HUG is fully protected against solar disturbances. There are no chances that it will malfunction. It has passed our company's extensive safety test and has received a 4 out of 5 from the Industrial Robot Safety Standards in the EU. Please continue your support of the exoskeleton company. We are also continuing our research about any relationships involving the accidents. We will provide any details at a later date. Happiness for You announces major IRUO maintenance on 12/24. Will be down on maintenance day. Oh, alright. So, no IRU on Christmas, I guess. Not 5 out of 5, though, yeah. Maintenance on Xmas Eve? What is happiness for you thinking? Are there workers like virgins? What? What, really? We can't use it? I wanted to enjoy being in Finland with my GF on Xmas Eve. Happiness for you, read the room. Maybe they're just being loopy from not being 100% back up after the solar disturbance. IRUO won't be working, but we can still use our phone droids, right? Oh, it's fine. Good job, Happiness for you. Amazing service. Hammer of justice to all the normies that are going to enjoy Christmas. Enjoying holidays is a normie thing now? I mean, but there's holiday events in games. By default, enjoying the holidays doesn't have to be a normie thing. Like, there's holiday events in, like, 14 and mobile game. Like, okay. Yeah. A. Surrounded by 4 RGB cameras, Juna continues to timidly perform a kata. The one she's currently doing is called Genkisai Dai Ichi, a pretty basic kata. Yeah, like, the moves are dynamic and interesting to watch. Plus, one set is about 30 seconds long, making for a brisk pace. Brow and I are squatting, watching from a little ways away. Yeah, Christmas waifu JPEGs. That's not normie, and that's still enjoying the holiday. Brow bites into her pokey. Well, I guess gacha games are getting pretty big now, so maybe it is normie. Maybe gacha games are normie. Have we crossed that line? And I take a sip of my fruit sour melon. The winds are gentle today, so even though the sun is about to set, it's not that cold outside. Why don't we just recreate that kata with Model 2 as is? I mean, mobile gaming is massive. It's stupidly massive. I'd argue it's surpassed. I randomly toss out a proposal. Rao starts to grin while looking at her phone droid, connected to the RGB cameras. Are you crazy? Gunbarrel performing a kata? Terra Cray. Then do you have any better ideas? But I refuse. We're still recording Juna's kata. As for why, it's because we still haven't figured out what Model 2's doing at the expo. Call it brainstorming. Akio wants to pull some iconic poses from the anime and have it do those, but that'd be way too short. The performance should be at least 30 seconds long, preferably 1 whole minute. Which is why I personally thought a kata would be a good fit. Kata are fairly complex. With only 24 servo motors, there aren't enough joints for that, legit. Oh, huh. Tuna stands up straight and bows. Looks like she's done. Next up, I'll be performing Gekisaki Daimi. Please enjoy. She bows again and begins the next kata. She's still clearly embarrassed. Her movement is rigid and tense. Kind of a bummer considering how beautiful her kata are when nobody's watching. What a waste of talent. Anyway, hear me out, number 1. Huh? Number 1? Is that me? Please listen, Yashio-senpai. What's up? I respond to her as I mindlessly watch Juna perform. Brow scoots extra close to me, touching her shoulder to mine. It's about the Committee of 300 and the Tavistock Institute. Oh, okay. That explains. Brow started coming to school as of late. She's even become interested in the committee and institute. She's been aggressively scouring the internet for information on both groups. And? Did you make any progress on your end? Nah, haven't activated the last trigger for Kimijima Report number 6, so I haven't found it yet. Oh, so that's his last one, but like, it's a big one, I guess. Way to go, surfer boy. Oops. Isn't this taking you a little too long? Look, activating the triggers is hard work, okay? I only just started surfing 4 days ago. Before that, I was picking up golf balls at a golf course. I feel like such an idiot doing all these things. Huh, I get it now. Your young body is being rattled and jostled by the fierce waves. I get it. You know, she's not wrong for once. Gulp, that's totes lewd. Man, if only she knew that we had to strip in front of an older woman at the end of it. I could put together an entire thin book about you and waves getting hit. All I can think of is just Pepsi Man from Alexander with yaoi hands. That's all I can think of. That's all I can think of. It's just... Moving on. What in the world is she going on about? She's breathing heavily through her nose and everything. I probably shouldn't pry. Just, if you don't understand what she's talking about, she's looting you. While we were talking, Juna had long since finished her kata. She's just standing there, looking lost. Before him, Super Rinpei next. Juna looks flustered by my sudden request, but soon composes herself and bows. I like how the animation for that is very clearly... I don't know, it's from the chest and not from the side. She shouts and begins her kata. What about you, Kona-chan? When I shoot the question back at Frau, she scoots even closer to me, as if she was waiting for me to ask. Do you know who Miguel Santambrosio is? Nope. Wake up, sheeple. I feel like that's my favorite of her poses. Like, just the dead stare into the distance. You know what that is? You know what that is? That's JD from Scrubs every time he has a flashback. Just... not a flashback, but like every time he like has one of those moments, just... But yeah, she's got so many great like animations and faces, but that's my favorite. Just... He's the CEO of Philip Electronics, SMH. Oh. Chief Executive Officer, yeah. This is not the first time this game has used the phrase CEO, has it? Fiction. The official name is Philip Roman Maurice Electronics, an electronic equipment maker that was established in the late 19th century. The main office is located in Holland. They make a wide variety of electronics from electric razors to medical equipment, a world-famous brand. Yes, Philip. You couldn't pluralize that for legal reasons, but Philip. Is it Phillips? No, there... I don't remember what the actual company is, but I think it's just Phillips, right? Still not ringing any bells. I've seriously never heard of him. Heck, I don't even know if that's a Japanese or foreign company. Well, we know because we just looked at this. A major player in financial circles, and the former CEO of the US's Generic Motors. Yes, Generic Motors. A large American car company that was established in the early 20th century. Even though in the late 2000s the business failed, the new CEO, Miguel Santambrosio, rose it back to being one of the top companies. Oh man. Generic Motors. It's like a strong-arm CEO, a professional rebuilder. So what's his deal? He's a special advisor to the Tavistock Institute. And this old dude has illegitimate kids all around the world. What a badass Gramps! What? Don't yell! Look, you're scaring Jun-chan. Oh, my bad. What if I told you that one of his illegitimate kids was that ex-gay? His name is... Sawada-kun. Kun? And who exactly is that? Ex-gay's CEO or something? Without saying a word, Frau pulls a video up on her phone ready. We know who he is. Wait, that's... yeah, that's that guy. It's a video of the press conference from the other day. Frau apparently reserved a time-shifted version of it ahead of time. Toshiyuki Sawada, head of Exoskeleton Company's Hug Testing Department. The Hug Testing Department? That's where Misane works. Are you saying this guy might be part of the Tavistock Institute? I didn't say that. I'm just pointing out the fact that this guy is the secret love child of the Institute's special advisor. But there's no direct evidence linking him to them. But there's at least a connection. It wouldn't be crazy to think that Sawada-kun is getting intel about the Institute's plans through Miguel. Not that the head of the Hug testing department would have the authority to do much, but... So I might be overthinking it. But the Kimijima report mentions Xk too. Is it that weird to think that they might be connected? Excuse me. I personally predict that this guy is a bona fide tsundere. He looks it. You can tell because of his twin tails, putting aside Frau's pointless prediction. If Frau's info was true, it'd be nuts. I sure as hell couldn't tell Akiho about it. Feeling extremely uneasy, I just want to scream into the air. So, where did you get this crazy info anyway? Are you impressed? Then let me lick your fingers. Your collarbone would suffice too, Kay? Stick to licking pokey. Grr. Clearly salty, Frau munches on her pokey as instructed. Kona-chan, you absolutely can't tell anyone else about this. You know what would help keep her secret? Some sweet collarbone. Just saying. Senpai, how can you stay so calm? Especially after seeing that the Kimijima reports have all been on the mark. Or some sweet finger. Those reports are legit. Shouldn't we be informing the Popo or the mass media? She's right. I'm convinced that most of the contents of the Kimijima reports are true. If I ignore their warnings, I get the feeling that 5 billion people are going to get massacred. But I swear there's been other times where she's like, nah, collarbone greater than fingers. I get goosebumps on my back. I instinctively look around. I have a wonderful view of the old airport just before sunset. There's no one here besides the three of us. I'm just being self-conscious, I guess. We can't make any careless moves. You know this as well as I do, Kona-chan. If we say anything, our lives could be in danger. Personally, I want to get my hands on all of the Kimijima reports. Once we get them all, it should be clear to us what we need to do. What about Airi-tan? We should interrogate her. She's collecting intel on the Committee of 300 after all. No Gejine is. Let's start with her 3 sizes. Of course. You sound like a perverted old man. Are you sure you're younger than me? I'm forever 17. Got a problem? Ask Airi, huh? I'd love to, but Airi is a little unstable right now. By the way, the one collecting info on the committee is Gejine, not Airi-chan. See? Yeah. I asked Gejine about this a few times before, but she couldn't give me any info because she hadn't analyzed it yet. I tried booting up Airi well, and there she is. Airi is standing beside Juna as she performs her kata, but she's not watching her. Airi-chan. She doesn't respond. I guess I have no choice but to get up and walk over to her. Don't mind me, Jun-chan. Keep going. Okay. Juna instantly stiffens up just because I got closer. Can't say that's a surprise to me. Airi-chan. When I call to her, Airi looks around aimlessly, even though I'm right in front of her. What is she looking for? Whatever. It's not Airi that I wanted to talk to, but Gejine. I'll just force her out of here. I press Airi's forehead for a few seconds. Usually this pulls up an icon on her forehead and she turns into Gejine immediately, but this time... it tickles. Airi squirms and giggles. She's trying to get away from my finger. Hey, stop avoiding me, I have to talk to Gejine. Why isn't she changing over? Does Juna like Gejine more than me? Huh? For some reason, Airi asks her question to Juna, not me. This conversation is a mess. As expected, Airi is still unstable. Airi-chan, I need to talk to Gejine. So, Mitsuhiko likes Gejine too. Mitsuhiko? Mitsuhiko Nakafukada. Michi? Is she mistaking me for him? Jeez, that stings. Uh-huh. And then, just like that... yeah, that's big oof. She suddenly responds. Yes. What? Usually she does the whole switching over to Gejine thing. Since we're indoors, I am currently unable to see you, Yashio-san. You're outside. Huh? Whoa, hey now. We're extremely outdoors right now. I'm collecting info, but the number of online users in Kanto has rapidly declined. Info volume has dropped to 20%. But what are you talking about? Is this from the blackouts? Collected information is currently under analysis, so I'm unable to answer your request as present. Please excuse me. frozen.
これはひどい。
This is bad.
幽霊ちゃん
Ghost-chan sounded a little weird just now.
おかしかったね。
Juno calls Irie Ghost-chan. As our resident urban legend otaku, she probably likes the name. But none of that matters right now. Do you think maybe Irie-chan's been affected by the solar disturbance?
どう見てもバグ
This is clearly a bug, no matter how you slice it. Thank you very much. A bug? At the end of the day, Irie is basically an app inside of IRUO. There have been a bunch of reports of IRUO malfunctioning, so it wouldn't be weird if Irie was affected. That'd actually explain a lot about her recent unstable behavior. So let's just say Irie is bugged. Will she be able to observe me clearing the last trigger for report number 6? Hope so. Are surfers early birds? I have no clue. I heard that the surfing club has morning practices, but I've never seen them myself. It was a perfectly good Saturday morning until Mizuka-san called me at 7 a.m. I've been tossing myself at the waves for about 3 hours now. It's not noon yet, but I'm already dead.
波が立ちやすい時
See,
間
there's a window of time when you get good waves. Says Mizuka-san as she meticulously washes the surfboard. She's been hanging with me this whole time.
潮が満ちてくる時間
It's best to surf during high tide.
サーファーはね
Surfers are always aware of when it's high tide or low tide.
どれだけいい波が来た
What's the point in having good waves if I can't even ride them?
あんたが言うんじゃない
That's what I should be saying to you. God, she's right. I feel bad for Mizuka-san, but there's definitely a part of me that isn't giving it my all. Each time I'm about to hit my physical limit, I back off and take a break. The reason I'm doing this is to prevent myself from crossing the line. Doing so would trigger an attack, and what would happen if I got one while out in the ocean? I'd be just fine during the attack. It's after that terrifies me. I doubt I'd be able to make it back to shore given how exhausted I'd be. I wouldn't even be able to walk. Because Mizuka-san is keeping a close eye on me, but as experienced as she is, she still has her legs to worry about. I can't expect her to also be my lifeguard and jump into the ocean to save me from drowning. And so with those thoughts running through my head, I just can't bring myself to give it 100%. Or maybe I'm just making excuses. Oh wow. While mentally doing battle with myself, the phone right on my bag starts to ring. But I have Twippo to check. I want to play KB. Sad. Thanks, Kitchenay. Huh? What happened? Sounds like you're malfunctioning. Playing in the sand? Go with that one. Just sand. Hey everyone, a lot has happened this year. The end of year Robo 1 will be held as scheduled, but it won't be a tournament. They will doing demonstrations for the main program. I will not be participating since I have retired, but people who are, please give it your all for me. It may be time for me to close this account. I am considering returning to life as a regular man. Can't be Pilates forever. I'll be stopping within the year. There isn't much time left, but everyone keep it up. Is IRUO really in maintenance? There's nothing more annoying than doing maintenance on Christmas Eve. Yeah, I'll do it more. Lately, my son has been leaving the house much earlier. I wonder if the Robot Club started morning meetups too. Vlog update. Misaki Senomiya is back on Twippo. How much did Exoskeleton gain from their mistakes? Oh. I understand you want to bash XK, but you shouldn't. You should blame the company or the CEO. Bashing Misaki does nothing. Misaki's back? I'm so happy! Woo, Misaki! I'm so sad that you were silent. Glad that you're back up and hope to see you in media. Kurokane should think about how he treated Frau Kojiro rather than bashing someone. Let's go, Misaki-san. I'm rooting for you. I hope she cries again. If Kurokane makes Misaki-san cry in the interview, I'll give him props. Why does it sound like we forgave Misaki Senomiya? XK is in the middle of the case. Rather, why is that PR girl tweeping? I totally thought she was in major trouble. It is part of her job to report that the HUG has countermeasures against solar disturbances. She's doing nothing wrong. She isn't playing around. Rakane-san is reacting too much. And nothing indeed. Kai, that's yours. Prowl's the one on the other line. What's our resident pervy shut-in doing calling on a weekend morning?
Hi.
It's uncomfortable when it gets everywhere. It does. Hey, what's up? Oh, it's Surfer Boy. If you called to tease me, I'm hanging up. I glance over at Mizuka-san. After taking a quick look at Mizuka-san drops her shoulders and goes back to washing the board. Have you seen IRUO? Nope, I've been in the ocean all morning. You should read the official announcement, like right now. Did something happen? Just do it already, or you're gonna regret it. Why can't you just tell me? There's going to be a major update for RUO on the 24th when all the normies are out partying. Yeah, no, I know. Those scumbags are coming to kill us loners. Not if I can help it. She said Christmas Eve, didn't she? Yeah, she says Christmas Eve, not the 24th. But this time it's for real. They'll probably fix everything that's bugged out due to the disturbance. Depending on the situation, they may reset the server and delete all the data. Now what does that have to do with me? Our Easy ED system has ruined the use of Japan. Easy education. Internet slang used to indicate the generation that had a major curriculum change in 2003. This change is also represented by the phrase, pi is 3. Ah, that sums it up well. Pi is 3. Easy Ed was a curriculum used over 10 years ago, before our time. How is this related to me? Then I'll shoot it to you straight. Iritan could get erased during this next update. Excuse me? Iritan's been acting all weird lately, right? And Iritan isn't actually an official app within IRUO, correct? In fact, it's entirely up in the air as to whether Happiness for You is aware of Iritan's existence. Worst case scenario, Iritan is classified as a bug and deleted. Hold on, are you being serious right now? It's just a guess. I think it's safe to say that Happiness for You isn't aware of her existence. That's bad. If Iri-chan disappears, I might not be able to obtain the final Kimijima reports. Iri is the one judging whether I activate the triggers or not. With her gone, there's nobody else to make the call. And if the call isn't made, the hidden AR annotations won't unlock. Even if they did, I'd have no clue where to start looking. Up until now, Iri has been helpful in guiding me to the right areas. Has she, though? Without her guidance, I'll have to scour the entire island without a single clue. That'll take forever. Must save Weather Girl, yes. I sense someone staring at me. When I look up, Mizuka-san is watching me, resting her hands. But as soon as our eyes meet, she goes back to cleaning. Hey, Kona-chan, can you contact Happiness for You and see if they know Iri-chan? If not, let them know. Okay. I'll tell them all about the ghosts and the developer that's been dead for 10 years. This is so messed up, lol. Bye. Crow hangs up after grinning. Now then, what do I do? Kai, hurry up and get changed. If I remember correctly, Mizuka-san knows Iri. When I talked about Iri a while back, she insisted that I tell her where she could meet her. And I'm pretty sure she overheard my conversation with Frau. Which makes it especially weird that she's acting so disinterested. I guess I'll just leave her to her own madness. Iri is more important right now. When I got here 3 hours ago, she was wandering around the beach like she always does. And so, after briefly searching for her, I finally spot the mysterious ARAI. She squatted down on the beach, a blank expression on her face with her back to the ocean. Iri-chan, can you switch over to Gejine for me? I try tapping it on her head. Owie! But all she does is squirm, no sign of changing. The fact that she can't switch to Gejine is already a bad enough bug. Iri is no help when it comes to looking for the Kimijima reports. The situation is worse than I thought. What would you do if I told you that you'd disappear in 10 days? Going to disappear? Like a total solar eclipse? Iri flashes me an innocent smile. I guess she's not aware of the situation she's in. But why did she bring up the total solar eclipse unprompted? I first met Misaki on the day of a total solar eclipse. But sadly, I wasn't able to see it. At the time, the sky available to me barely existed. No matter how much I waited, the sun never disappeared. So Misaki showed me a picture of it instead. The sky was cloudy, so I still couldn't see the eclipse. I get it. The last solar eclipse visible from this island was back in 2009. People made a big deal about it at the time because it was the first time in 46 years that one was visible from Japan. The ideal viewing spots were here in Tanegashima, Amami, and Tokara. Tourists came in hot and fast. Tokara Island, Kagoshima Prefecture, created from 7 residential islands and 5 deserted islands located between Tanegashima and the Amami Islands. There are no airports located on any of the islands. The only way to reach them is a ferry that goes out once every 3 days. I somewhat recall going to see it with Akiho and my family. Yusune saw it with friends, so she wasn't there. It was cloudy, but I vividly remember daytime turning to night in the middle of the afternoon. Wait, why are we talking about this again? But get this, I've seen Irie before. Huh? That sure came out of nowhere. Irie was lying still with her eyes closed. When I said hello, Master told me that Irie was sleeping. Oh, she's based on a real person. Got it. Oh. A dead person. So I watched her for a little bit before telling her that someday we'd meet again. And yet I'm going to disappear? What's going on here? That's so sad. She doesn't seem remotely sad. Maybe she should have her memory reset so that she can get those bugs taken care of. Just to be safe, I want to try and get my hands on the last 2 Kimijima reports within the next 10 days. No, never are we? Granted, I'm not entirely confident that I can master this surfing thing. With only 2 months before graduation, is there any point in making a senior study? I'm sitting in math class right now, dozing off to Morie-sensei talking about differential calculus or whatever. The exam takers are taking remedial classes in a separate classroom. As for the remaining 60% of students, they're either getting a job or going into specialized education. In other words, their career paths are decided. Nobody's paying attention. They're sneakily gaming on their phone droids or passing around manga. Morie-sensei doesn't care. It's crazy how relaxed this classroom's vibe is now that the exam takers are gone. By the way, the reason Akio and I are here is because Akio declared that we won't graduate until the expo is over. Starting in February, the expo runs for about 6 months. 6 months? Kabo-sen didn't see this coming at all and finally caved. So it looks like Akio and I are going to graduate without having chosen our career paths. We are some seriously shitty students. Even though nobody's listening, the room is quiet, allowing Morie-sensei's voice to echo like a sutra. The windows are shut, but the winter sunshine is warm. Combined with the surfing in the morning, it makes me sleepy. Can't help myself as I put my head down on my desk and close my eyes. If I don't rest now, I risk having an attack. Caring for my body is priority numero uno right now. Had to push myself to the limit thanks to the sadistic Kokimijima. But I have to make sure I don't cross that line. My consciousness fades. But just as I'm about to succumb to the comfort of the hard desk and fall asleep, comfort of the hard desk. Do you know where Mom and Dad are?
Huh?
I snap awake. Everyone, including the teacher, is confused. Oh, the ghost is in my phone droid! One of my classmates, Miyahama-kun, goes pale as he gazes at his phone droid. Nope. It's only gonna go deeper. Quickly boot up Irie and look over towards him, only to see Irie standing in his desk, a lost look on her face. It's a ghost! Irie? There's a ghost! The once quiet and peaceful classroom is thrown into chaos. Morie-sensei, too old to do anything, is incapable of calming the students down. After making eye contact with Akio, the 2 of us dash out of the room. Irie, get over here! I call to her from the hallway, hoping that she actually reacts this time. I don't know if she can see me since we're indoors. Okay. I swear, it's something about the visual novels that just end up yawning. So may as well take this moment to have a sip of tea, too. Irie comes bouncing out into the hallway, slipping through the wall. She then immediately looks around. Big brother, where are you? I figured as much. She can't see me because we're indoors. Why won't Mom and Dad come to see me? Mom and Dad? What's she going on about? Isn't Kokimijima technically her dad? Yoshio's flirting with the ghost! Yes. That's what's happening. What the hell is that thing's deal? Ah, the classroom is still in chaos. This is gonna get even more messy. We need to go. Now.
入りちゃん、俺の
Excuse
声
me.
についてきて。
Irie-chan, follow my voice. I decided to head outside so that Irie can see again. This is probably the only spot where I can avoid other people during class. I sit in the seat of my scooter and take a deep breath.
やってくれた
You
ね。
sure caused a
入りちゃん
stink, Irie-chan. She's looking in different directions. She can hear me properly, right?
これで明日には
By tomorrow,
俺は
everyone's gonna start calling me the
幽霊を
Ghost Whisperer or something.
それにしても
Seriously, didn't expect you to just pop up like that.
こうなるともう誰
I'm
か
guessing you're just gonna show up whenever from here on out, huh?
これまではさ
Up until now, you've only ever went out of your way to talk to me, right?
愛理ちゃんが空気
Because you were so considerate, it was never a problem.
さっきみたいに見
But if you're gonna issue an omnidirectional attack with no warning, I'm gonna have to come up with a fix.
いっそ
At this point, maybe I should just reveal you to the whole
その
school.
方が混乱しない
That way nobody gets confused. Are you listening? Irie stares up at the sky, a vacant expression on her face. I'm gonna take that as a no.
愛理ちゃん
Irie-chan? Dad left me and never came back. I left Mom because I didn't want to make her sad anymore. But why won't they come and see me?
わかりやすく説明
If you could just explain things to me a little simpler, maybe I could answer your question. I wonder why. Seeing Irie like this hurts. It's like I can't stand seeing her act this way. Maybe it's because it looks like she's starting to break down. After school, I head to the usual beach. Akio tried to talk me out of it, but now's not the time to be hanging out at the robot club. The path leading to the beach is half covered in sand. If I tried to pass through here with my scooter, it'd probably get jammed up really quickly. So I park a little ways away from the beach and walk the rest of the way. Master was a very talented person, super duper talented. I made the mistake of checking in on Irie before getting to the beach. As soon as I called for her, she started rambling. She hasn't stopped. Now he's kind of famous as the programmer who made RUO. Kinda? Is that her idea of a compliment? But Master was much more than a programmer. He was a super multi-talented. He could make anything. In fact, because he did everything by himself, he hated getting help from others. He even said that the reason he came to this island was that so no one would bother him. In the 2 years he lived here, the only people who ever entered his lab were me and Misaki. A lab, eh?
その施設ってこの
Where on the
島の
island was this lab located? That's a secret. Thanks. Master told me to never reveal the location of his house. He even grew his own veggies. He never ate meat. He basically lived like a hermit. Maybe that's why he created Irie?
君島公
Was Ko Kimijima a lolicon? Master was really nice to me. But just between you and me, I think he was Big Brother. Oh, I think he was. He said so himself. Well, that might be proof, yeah? Yeah, just like that, my impression of Ko Kimijima is flipped on its head. I saw him as a serious and reserved tragic genius who was trying to reveal the truth to the world despite the odds. That was the image in my head anyway. I guess I was totally wrong. Huh, so he was a lolicon.
ロリコンの
I feel a vague sense of camaraderie with the man. Oh, come on, dude. As well as an overwhelming disappointment. Only human, I guess. Of course, this is all just hearsay. Irie could very well be joking. No reason to take her too seriously. Walking towards the beach, I see Mizuka-san already standing by at the usual spot.
お待たせ水田さん
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mizuka-san. Mizuka-san glances not at me, but at Irie, who is floating along next to me. Mizuka-san doesn't own a phone droid, so she shouldn't be able to see her. Can she sense her presence?
方針転換するよ
We're switching gears. Huh? Yeah, how is she seeing her? That's weird. Tilt my head like an idiot in response to her words.
サーフィン経験者
I realize that my experience as a surfer is getting in the way of teaching you properly.
結局
So, whenever I was instructing you, I was trying to get the absolute best out of you, which completely ignored your original goal. I don't want to know why, but you just want to ride a wave for 3 seconds, right? I reply with a nod. And you just have to make it through those seconds. That's it. You don't intend on continuing to surf after this is all done. I really should have smacked that into my head from the get-go. This isn't the same thing as coaching some kid in the surfing club. In which case, you don't need a good wave. All you have to do is take off on a gentle one. You follow me?
難易度の
You mean you're lowering the difficulty? Mizuka-san nods and squints at the ocean. Correcto. The knees should do just fine.
膝ぐらいでいい。
膝ぐらいの高さ。
Wait, you mean a wave as high as my knees?
ああ、
Yep.
今までは
Until now, we were focused on riding waves that were about shoulder height.
どんなスパルタ
I was even trying to get you to perform a perfect ride, even if it meant going hardcore in the lessons.
でもそれぐらいの高
But
さ
for a beginner, a wave like that's too difficult. You should have said that on day one, Mizuka-san.
貝がここまで
Didn't I tell you? I didn't think you had such low potential. Oh. Did you really say something that mean?
それでも
But nonetheless, I got carried away.
ちまったのさ。
Mizuka-san smiles lonesomely and looks down at her own legs. Because I can't ride anymore.
私が昔
Maybe I just wanted you to feel what I felt back then when I used to surf. But yesterday I realized I was pushing my feelings onto you, that's all.
回り道も人生
Anyhow, they say detours are part of life, and it's not like you got anything better to do, Mr. Senior.
今ってわけじゃ
It's not exactly true.
水香さん。
Mizuka-san, are you really not going to ask me why I wanted to learn how to surf?
あえて聞いてない
I made it a point not to. You've been pissing me off lately. Wow, I have? Yikes, but I guess it's also my fault for not telling her the truth.
何が気に食わない
As for why I'm pissed, it's because you've been blowing Aki off to hang with Irie.
水香さんって
Do you hate Irie-chan or something? Mizuka-san doesn't answer. But that in and of itself is the
水
answer.
香さんには
Just for the record, Mizuka-san,
愛理ちゃん
Irie-chan might have her memories reset or her data entirely released in a week or so.
愛理ちゃんとは古いし
You've known Irie-chan for a while, right? You even went out of your way to go see her with Michi the other day.
だから何さ
Your point?
水香さん
If you want to reconcile with her, this is your last chance. Heh. Mizuka-san sneers with an exhausted look on her
お
face.
友達ごっこ
Oh,
かい
to be young and pretend at being friends.
そういう
You
年
keep saying stuff like that, before long you're gonna be super old and miss your marriage window. A bottle full of warm water comes flying at me. She launched the damn thing at me without even using her hug. In the face of her insane power, I immediately regret my words and actions. Mizuka-san then lowers her shoulders and heads towards her
今日
car.
は練習は
What about
風
practice?
がない
There's no wind. We won't get any decent waves today, so practice is a bust.
あそう
Oh, okay. It sucks when weather totally dictates your entire day, screws up your rhythm. Wonder if I'm going to be able to get report number 6 and 7 before Irie disappears. Ah, more happy times. In the unknown.
待ち焦がれている
I've been longing
その日が
for that
やっ
day
て
to
くる
come.
のを毎朝そのベッド
Every
で
morning that I
目を
wake up on this bed, the first thing that I do is
今日の
today's weather forecast.
鹿児島県
Today's weather for the Yakushima region of Tanegashima, Kagoshima Prefecture is that.
優しい風
A
が
gentle wind blows into the
そ
room.
の窓を開ければ
I open the windows, I can see the sunlight sparkling across the surface of the ocean.
潮の香りのする風に包まれながら
Embraced by the aroma of the sea breeze, I go out into the modest veranda and gaze up at the sky.
そうして
And at the sight of how blue the sky is,
私は
I fall into despair.
この家には
This house is constantly filled with the scent of death.
それは
It's no one's fault but my own. The scent is coming from me.
お医者様からは
The doctor told me that it will never go away.
私は
I may not die immediately, but the pain and suffering caused by this illness will last for my entire life.
普通の生活に
I can never go back to living a normal life.
戻れないんですそれでも最初はこの
But
家
even
で
then, this house was once filled with laughter.
ませんでした
Now it sounds weird.
お父さんも
Mom and Dad always prioritized me over everything. They even renovated the house for that very reason.
私はそれが
I was so very happy about it and wanted to live here forever.
ここで
I felt this way from the bottom of my
心
heart.
の底からでも
But as it turns out, I was the only one that felt that way.
そのうち
Eventually, Dad stopped coming to this house.
しばらくして
It wasn't long before Mom told me that Dad was never coming
こ
back.
の人は逃げたん
He
だ
said that he ran away, that he's a
人のもの
coward.
だって
Mom looked so bitter as she talked about it.
そんなお母さん
And
も
eventually, Mom started to repeat that she was tired whenever something did or didn't happen.
気がつけばお母さんも笑わなくなっていたんです
One day, I realized that Mom had stopped smiling or
ある
laughing.
夜
So one night, when I was asleep, Mom came into my room and wrapped her hands around my neck.
驚いて逃げよう
As I struggled against her, scared, Mom started to cry. She kept saying, "I'm sorry."
そうして
From the next day onward, Mom stopped looking me in the eyes.
食事の時間以外
She started to drift out of the house more frequently whenever it wasn't mealtime.
きっとこのままお
I
父
felt
さ
that
ん
one
み
day
たい
she
に
wouldn't come back just like Dad
こ
didn't.
の広い
I'm alone in this vast house.
それでも
But even then, I can't ask Mom to stay here forever with me.
だって
Dad left us because of my illness.
なのに
I can't hold Mom back.
お母さんは
Mom has sacrificed so much more than Dad has for me.
むしろ
Maybe it'd be better if I just disappeared.
私さえいなく
If
な
I
れば
disappear, Mom wouldn't have to be so exhausted because of my illness.
悲しいね。
How sad.
誰ですか
Who's there?
私のために泣いて
Who are you?
誰
Who is it that cries for me? So much happy times. We're carrying over the motor's exterior from Gun Build 1. So there's no need to design it from scratch, Doc. Doc knew a designer in Osaka, so we ordered from them. Yesterday we received 10 all at once. Then we had old man Kamada help us too. It's like the entire island has become one big workshop. I'm currently playing Kill Ballad, but I'm also giving Akiho's progress report a few empty nods. We've been acting separately recently, even for club stuff, so I haven't spent much time with her as of late. A few months ago this would be unheard of, but we have been stopping by Uchigaoka Park after school together pretty regularly. As for why, the monopoles, of course. Got 'em! While listening to Akio talk, my hands continue to play Kibi. Naruto run! Uppercut! You win! I've been on a winning streak against players around rank 200. I haven't been able to play much recently, but my senses haven't dulled. Hey, Kai? So, what are you gonna do when the expo starts? I'm gonna check Twitter. Check Twitter. Planning to stay inside and play old Aragaze on Christmas Eve. Christmas will be the usual marathoning Blow 2 morning to night. I don't want to know what Blow 2 is, it's fine. Looks like they're protesting to cancel Christmas. What? But don't you walk through the illuminated city on Christmas Eve while being laughed at by normies anyway? What kind of torture is that, lol? People who are part of the protest must be super duper masochist or a normie acting like a non-attractive person. I will never participate, never. Honestly? Good. Don't go out on Christmas. Stay inside. Let other people have fun. This is good. Rather than being part of the protest, isn't it more romantic to spend it with a cute tootie girl inside a warm house? You live in a shipping container. It's not warm. It's not a house. There's no need to go outside. That's right, us unattractives have 2D. They'll never betray you. Hey, Nineheart der Blitzenschild is going to stay in and play old Aragaze. I respect and love that. Nineheart doesn't change at all. I want him to stay the way he is. Oh, Dar, I'm sorry. I used to spend Christmas Eve like that, like till 3 years ago. These past couple years I spent Christmas with my fam. I won't be hurt from the words probably spent with your parents. I savor Virgie boys being envious of me. Lol, too easy. Oh yeah, you'd have a family and a child by now. Like, absolutely. Because the family I'm talking about is Lolo, my waifu Lolo, and daughter Lolo. I'm a normie Lolo. Just got in. Shocking information. Wait, what? What's going on? Dash is betrayed? I'll never forgive. A man's envy is ugly. Well, my wife is an ex-cosplayer, and she accepts my arrogate hobby. I bathe my 2-year-old daughter every day because she's so cute. I'm really a father now. Men grow up when they have a family. We grow mentally, too. Just a hunch, but that wife and daughter probably aren't real. Nineheart, she and I, where did we fall apart? It's my pride and difference in environment. The annual cancelled Christmas March will be at Shibuya again this year. Last year, 500 people participated. Growing little by little, eh? Lol. It's been going on for 10 years. Pretty amazing. They should put that energy towards finding a lover. Disgusting. Unattractive losers, Lolo. Doing a march, Lolo. Have your mommy buy you an Xmas cake, Lolo. Will I have a get-together in Roppongi tonight, Lolo? Excuse me. I'm a woman, but planning to participate. I believe they touch more on that in Zero, but it's been a while. So I can't say with confidence, but I'm pretty sure they touch more on that in Zero. Pretty sure. We'll find out shortly, won't we? What is the ratio at the march? If there are a lot of girls, maybe I'll go too. We don't want people that are looking for someone to come. This is a sacred war to us. Don't corrupt the sacred fight. Happiness for you. Running a maintenance on Christmas Eve is God. They are on our side. Do more. Japanese people should be shamed for joking that it's Sextmas Eve. Why do I have to be bashed for spending a beautiful night with my loved one? Hate only creates more hate. Let's be generous. Spend it with your loved ones and family. If you spend it together, we can all be happy. Christmas should be cancelled because it's imprudent. They are impudentious. Hello from Space Candy. Phone droids have been acting up recently. More than half the employees have experienced something. Is it due to the solar disturbance? Thanks for that tweet, Space Candy Twitter. I want to eat ham. Haha, that's what I've been eating for the past 2 days. We're a ham and mac and cheese family for Christmas, so we got so much leftover ham and mac and cheese. That's what I've been eating. About Komima, I've gone multiple times, but unless you possess brute strength, going through general admissions is impossible. You'll see hell if you're trying to go as a guest. I wouldn't be surprised if someone died, but sometimes you want to go to that hell. Such a mystery. Okay, this is an important text. That place is a battlefield, not a game, and there's way too many people. In the summer, it's defo waiting in line for hours in the blazing sun. Strong memories of waiting for 4 hours for major companies. Even though the old man next to me was having major bowel issues, I lived through it and stayed in line. So that's the one we have to pick. Adding body heat on top of that must be way worse than heat in the island. I respect the passion, but I don't want to grow up like that. It's power so, okay. Next one's on the 23rd. Today, Okinawa donuts arrived in the mail. It's for Christmas. Lolly. Wow. Kitchen is broken. Stop. Respect your master. Sorry, that made me laugh. I don't know what that word means. Sorry, it made me laugh so... Is that something like a donut hole? No more. It's food. And that's our stuff. Alright, cool. We're good. Akio asks, while gazing at the TNSC rocket launch complex far in the distance. What do you mean? You know, how the expo runs for like half a year, right? It starts in February and finishes at the end of August. You're going to be operating gun build too, but if we wanted to do a demo every day, well, you'd have to go to the expo hall every single day. We won't even be able to attend our own graduation. Plus, if it's running to the end of August, we won't really be able to study for next year's exams either. Yeah, you're right. Were either of you going to study anyway? That's a non-issue. June might be our sub-operator, but she's already been hired. She'd be gone after April, right? And Subaru and Fraubo still have school. So the only people left after April who can participate are you and I. I do plan on hitting up some of the alumni who live in Tokyo, but I doubt anyone would be willing to or able to go to the hall every day. Akio then sighs and covers her eyes. So, I'm thinking about showing up at Misa's place and moving in with her. What do you think? I could commute to the expo hall in like 30 minutes. I wouldn't have to pay for a hotel either. Mom and Dad would probably be okay with it since I'd be with Misa. Oh, and you should come too, Kai. Misa would never say no to you. Besides the fact that there's clearly stuff going on with her, even if she had been a normal sister after all this time, assume that. If 2 people knock on my door and are like, we want to live with you for 6 months, no warning, no heads up, nothing. Even if they're people who are dear friends to me, I'd be like, why didn't you gotta, like, couldn't we have talked about this? Like, if somebody's like, hey, in like 6 months I'm gonna be without a home, would you be able to help? That's way different than knock knock, hello? Like, Akio's basically talking to herself at this point. Yeah, that's the thing. That's assuming she'd been a perfectly normal sister after all this, but like, yeah, she's clearly actively avoiding living with the Senemiya sisters, eh? I heard that Misane has a pretty nice place, and since there'd be no cost for us, it's a pretty attractive idea. But more important than that is how painful it is to watch Akio right now. Aki-chan, you're being too desperate. Huh? It's like you're trying as hard as you can to justify checking in on Misane. That's not why, Have you already talked to her about this plan of yours? I sent her a message. You didn't actually speak to her. I will, eventually. Akio avoids making eye contact with me. Guessing you still can't get a hold of her. She's probably really busy, and Tokyo's a mess right now, so she's been making the same exact excuse for over 6 years. The two of them haven't spoken in over 6 damn years. And Akio loves the hell out of her big sister, so the problem is on Misane's end. I read each and every one of them, Akio's too. Why won't Misane talk to her own sister? I've never really thought too hard about it until now. Has Misane gotten herself involved with something shady? Oh, you did a thing on Friday indeed. Hot damn! Thank you so much for the heckin' Prime subscription. 5 heckin' months. What did you do on Friday?
I did a thing on Friday.
What did you do? But also, hey, welcome to Viperland in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Exoskeleton Company already smells fishy. And according to Frau's intel, her boss is connected to the Tavistock Institute. But I can't bring myself to reveal any of those concerns to Aki. The warden, ooh, hell yeah. Congrats. That's one grind you're done with. You got it. I assume you slapped it immediately in a fish tank and just gazed at it for like 6 hours afterwards, because that's what I do. As of right now, they're just my own delusions. I don't want to unnecessarily worry Akiho. At the very least, until I get my hands on some definitive info, I intend on keeping this to myself. So the main take, yeah, of course. Excuse me. Oblivious to my thoughts, Akio suddenly leans over the observatory's fence. She points out the sky. There's one. With the twilight winter sky as its backdrop, a small black stain slowly falls to the ground. That's the 4th one today. We've already found 3 monopoles just from doing a loop around the park. Spearfishing purple scripts. Oh, is spearfishing good for purple scripts? Hadn't really considered it. I do need to go back to spearfishing because there's one spearfishing fish I haven't caught. Then I will have all the fish. These things just keep failing. Or falling. And I guess the antenna on top of the tower is still functioning. It's snow! Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Irie is unusually excited. It's winter after all. Of course it would be snow. Irie, what are you talking about? It's not snowing at all. I hope it keeps snowing. Oh, and I hope it piles up too. Haven't you ever seen snow before, Akiho? Get with the times! Akio then grins and whips out her trusty glasses. Here comes another quote from him. Irie, who do you think I am? Of course I've seen snow. I mean, if you go to Yakushima, you can see snow right away. The fastest way to see snow around here is, well, what do you know? You just have to go to Yakushima. I literally just said that. Wait, crap, Kai! The monopole's gonna hit the ground soon. If we don't grab it now, we'll lose track of where it landed. Akio cuts off her conversation with Irie, picks up the bug net sitting on a nearby bench and races off. Light on the moon. Okay, and Ruby C. Wait, Ruby C for purple scripts? Oh, okay. Yeah. For White in the Moon. Oh yeah, I know that one. The moonfish for the white scripts. That's an easy one. Honestly, if you get the weather right, the moonworm is also pretty good. Oh, that is so weird. Huh. Didn't expect that. Alright, good to know, but didn't expect that. Take it easy, you'll trigger an attack. We usually leave the bug net on the 2nd floor of the old local hall building. Oh, that means those would count if it's level 90 stuff. That means there are endwalker fish I don't have then. Frick. Alright, I'll go back there. A monopole fresh out of the sky will zap you if you touch it barehanded, so we use the net. It's the little life hack. As I watch Akio dash away with the net in hand, I swear, she looks straight like a kid from the 80s or something. Can't help myself. I'm in no rush to chase after her. Instead, I stay put and raise my phone right up to my face. Irie is looking up at the sky. She has a welcoming smile on her face. What are you so happy about? Look, big brother, it's snowing! It's really not! Irie's expression goes blank as she turns towards me. And after tilting her head sideways, tomorrow's weather for the Yakushima region of Tanegashima, Kagoshima Prefecture will be cloudy. with a 30% chance of flooding, a high of 15 degrees and a low of... Why the weather forecast? She's seeing things? Even though she's an AI? That's crazy. She's only to get X materia. Alright, cool. Ah, we get to see things from her point of view for a little. I park the car in the rear parking lot and walk back around to the front. The cool thing about the Hug is that cars don't have to be modified. I can drive like any non-handicapped person. Though I'm usually stuck watching the store, so I don't get to drive much. In all honesty, I sometimes forget that my legs are disabled thanks to the Hug. But because this thing has become a part of my body, I can immediately notice subtle discomforts. This is probably because I use it on a daily basis. Even a Hug engineer wouldn't know the difference. The slight grinding feeling when I walk, as if a small amount of sand got stuck in the gears. Been feeling this since the day before yesterday, and once I noticed it, it became impossible to ignore. Been going to that beach once every 2 days, so I'm betting that's the cause. Probably shouldn't hang around the beach too often. I look up at the sky, pretending to glare at a god I don't even believe in. The sun is hidden by a layer of dark clouds. Oh. Hey. Yo. Oh, it's you, Michi. Isn't school out today? Teachers are busy all the time, so I'm working on my day off. Pro tip. Oh, and I figured I'd also invite you to the Christmas party. Can't help but scoff at his choice of words. What Christmas party? You're just going out for drinks, right? I mean, sure, but Mom, I'm back. Mom was watching the place while I was gone, so I let her know I'm home. She says she hasn't had lunch yet, so I immediately take over and send her to the back of the store. I want to prevent her from coming into contact with Michi as much as possible. Smart, she knows. She's been trying to hook me and him up since the dawn of time. Oh god. She couldn't pick anyone worse? No, I guess she could pick Taku, but like, she functionally couldn't pick anyone worse. She'd never be able to meet Taku because he never leaves his cubicle. This is a male person who you've seen more than once in your life, who you should be dating. Slim pickings on the island? I don't know. Probably not that slim. Not slim enough for Michi to get a date. I sit on my usual seat and take a small breather. 2 cans of coffee appear next to the register. This one's for you, Irei. I love the length of his mouth, though. It's just, I also like that his face just looks like a flat surface here. Much obliged. You read my mind. How unlike you. It's very wide. After receiving payment for the drinks, I open the can he brought me. The warm, sweet coffee seeps into my body. So, drinking on Christmas, with the usual jerks, I suppose? Aye, it'll probably be about 5 people this time around. Ever since Michi and I came back to the island, we periodically got together with our old high school pals. They're never huge gatherings, since only about 10 of us still live here. Feel sorry for you. Don't you have a girl you could spend the night with? That's why I was trying to ask you. Right back at you. It's like, yes, I do have a girl I could be spending the night with. Bye. You wanna go? I shoot him a fierce glare and he smiles and breaks eye contact. Oh, so scary. I chug the rest of the coffee. This place is empty, even during lunch. Excuse me. But that's how it always is. So, how's Yashio? Wow, are you concerned about your student? You're starting to sound like a real teacher for once. I am their advisor, and the VP's been telling us to watch how the students spend their time. That's a secret. I lower my shoulders and send him a sign of acknowledgement. People really tend to spill the beans during casual conversations like this. Probably because I'm just a simple girl running a simple little store. At school, Yashio and Little Senemiya are troublemakers. They're the only ones that haven't decided on a career path. I don't know if I'd call them troublemakers. They don't actually really cause any trouble for anyone. They're just really not good students, but I wouldn't call them troublemakers. At worst, sometimes she's loud and energetic, but like, I still wouldn't call them troublemakers. Akio's busy with the robot club, right? Who I don't understand is Kai. Why in the world does he want to learn how to surf during this time of the year? You heard anything? That's my question. How the heck would I know? Useless. And yet he still calls himself their advisor. Wait, you're teaching him how to surf without knowing why? In all honesty, I kinda have a bad feeling about it, so I don't really want to teach him jack. Sticking my nose into someone else's trouble will come back to bite me in the ass. Plus, when I'm with Kai nowadays, I sense that girl's presence. It makes me uncomfortable. Sure seems like you're serious about teaching him to me. Have you found that passion of yours again? I'm really glad if that's the case. Ever since the accident, you distanced yourself from surfing. I never thought you'd start going to the ocean again. I'm not really that attached. During college, I got into a motorcycle accident. My legs have been busted ever since. That's all there is to it. I can't surf with these legs, so I naturally distanced myself from the ocean. I mean, yeah, at first I was so depressed that I wanted to die, but with time I came to accept what happened. Well, thanks to Kai, I did get a little blast from the past. Thinking back on how I used to go to the ocean every day when I was younger. But it's not like I find any of that nostalgic. Surfing was fun, but it was just a hobby of mine. For other reasons, I've decided to close the lid on those memories and pretend they never happened. And yet, that girl keeps appearing in front of me. How does she... It's weird that she can see her. You said that I seemed serious about coaching Kai earlier. If that's how it looks to you, you're wrong. I'm just pissed off. It's as if she sees right through me. It's like she's telling me that I'm trying to run away from being the bad guy by pretending I saw nothing. That's going to put a lid on all this and carry it to my grave without ever telling anyone what happened. Oh? It's weird that she can sense her too, to be fair. Also weird. It's like if there's somebody in my living room playing an AR game and I'm like, I can sense that somebody's got an AR thing going, like, it's the machine part, as I can feel it in my hips. 9 years ago on the final night of the summer, the night when the H-2A rocket launched. Whenever I see that girl, I can't help but remember. It's not like I was so deeply involved in any of the accidents on that day. The most exciting thing about that day on the island was the rocket launch. It was an event us islanders enjoyed once every 6 months, like a ritual. It was held at night that day, oddly. The previous year, there was a launch that occurred at 2 o'clock a.m., but not too many saw it because of how late it was. So, an evening launch was a first for a lot of us. I was in high school the first year. My friends and I, Mitchie included, went to see it at Hase Park. I recall being fascinated by the rocket's beam of light cutting through the night sky, but at the same time, that was when the MF anemone incident occurred. Of course, I had no idea at the time. I found out about the incident after coming home from watching the rocket launch. I'd heard from my friend Misa that Aki and Kai, who were visiting Kagoshima for a field trip, were on board. I knew Aki and Kai through Misa. Concerned, I tried to contact her, but it went right to her inbox. That seems to be how she handles her phone even now. With no other choice, I headed to Nisho no Tame Harbor on my own. By the time I arrived, the harbor was filled with people and noise. The ship had already docked, and the passengers who were involved were reuniting with their families in relief. All of the passengers, including the kids, looked emaciated, but they could walk on their own and seemed stable. But no matter how much I looked, I couldn't find Kai or Aki. I didn't see Misa or their families either. After wandering around for a while, the police and medical crew that were standing by suddenly started to panic. I had a bad feeling about all this. After waiting for a bit, I saw Kai and Aki get carried away in stretchers. They were unconscious. They were the only 2 passengers who didn't wake up that day, and nobody knew why. I was so shocked that I couldn't even call out to them. All I could do was watch from afar. Right as they were being loaded into the ambulance, Misa arrived on a scooter. Misa was unusually calm and collected, but she was freaking out. She clung to the pair, calling out their names. Aki, Kai, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Misa just kept apologizing to them over and over. Why would she have to apologize? Also, why is there blood on her shirt? There are questions. There's questions. For some reason, she chose not to ride with them in the ambulance. She just watched as the ambulance drove off. I approached her, wanted to try and comfort her as best I could, and that's when I realized something dreadful had happened to Misa. I still remember seeing her there to this day. It was as if she just ran through the woods. She was covered in dirt, the hem of her skirt was torn. But above all else, her clothes were covered in dark red stains. They looked like blood. It was then that I made eye contact with her, and Misa... After gazing at me desperately, Misa collapsed on the spot without saying a word. It was the first and last time I ever saw Misa looking so weak. And so I promised myself that I'd never do something as insensitive as ask her what happened that night. I put all those questions in a box, sealed it up tight, and decided to never open it. I just held Misa tightly in my arms. And because I never asked about it, Misa never talked about it. She continued to cry, keeping her voice down. It was a week later when I heard that the body of Ko Kimijima had been found. He'd been murdered. Huh. About 9 years have passed since then. I've always been afraid of that girl. The AI personality that Ko Kimijima created. An unknown existence that can talk just like any human. Yeah, there's some suspicions. She must have been watching. I don't care what happened. I sealed it all away. It'd be easy to put it all together, but I don't care what the truth was, for better or for worse. I decided to stick by Misa's side, but I'm scared that girl, Irie, might one day tell someone what she saw. I'd never planned on ever seeing that girl again, and it'd be great if she just vanished. That'd be the best outcome. But when I think about how she's been hanging around Kai, I can't see her with my naked eyes, but I can feel her roaming around him, judging me. I can't hear her voice directly. When I hear Kai and her talking from afar, I get so scared that it makes me want to scream. That's why it pisses me off. But according to Kai, I just have to wait until Christmas Eve. On that day, the ghost of my past might finally vanish. And then I'll never have to suffer her penetrating gaze ever again. Oh. There's still a lot of questions, considering I feel like we're far-ish into this game. Like, what happened on that boat? Now we have the question of, did Misane kill Ko Kimijima? If not, she most certainly witnessed something. Like, we know that they're doing some form of brainwashing testing on this island specifically that is killing a ton of animals. It's killing a ton of animals. A ton of animals. There's a lot of questions going on. What are the last two Kimijima reports going to say? I heard the weather one too many times. I let several waves pass by. I watch my timing. If I take off at the best timing, the wave will carry the board for me. That's what Mizuka-san told me. That said, a newbie like me can't discern a good wave from a bad one. Just sitting here and waiting because I can't find the right timing. But if I sit here forever, the sun's eventually going to set and I won't be able to ride any waves at all. I started early this morning, and it's past noon now. It's already the 22nd of December. Okay, 23rd we have a story one. There isn't much time left. The day before yesterday, Frau got back to me with the result of her inquiries to Happiness for You. Happiness for You is under the impression that Iritan, didn't mean to hit that, is an illegally modified program that I installed. They said they'd sue me if I didn't remove it. Lol-worthy. Either way, she's a weird app that was created like 10 years ago by the lead developer of IRUO, so of course I don't officially acknowledge her, SMH. This means there's an even higher chance of her disappearing. Although it'd be a different story if they found some utility value in her and decided to secretly use her. Also, it looks like the Committee of 300 has some influence over Happiness for You. It was just a tiny venture company 10 years ago. But now IRUO comes pre-installed on every phone droid in the world, and they rake in the cash. Internet slang using the aughts, abbreviated way to say install. Nobody has ever said that. Nobody has ever installed abbreviated install to Insta. No one. Ever. Anywhere. Maybe one person somewhere did went, oh, that sounds wrong. No, not doing that again. There's even talk that Philips Electronics is going to buy them up soon. Yes, there it is. That name, Philip Electronics. You get where I'm going, right? So when Ko Kimijima tried to accuse the Committee of 300 of wrongdoing, Happiness for You turned on him. And that's despite being the person who founded the company itself. So, as far as they're concerned, the AI program he created is just a thorn on their side, SMH. The only Insta is Insta-Q. Maybe it is, yeah, it could easily be a translation of, like, a slang thing from Japan, for sure. But it sounds weird in English, and just how it is. And to be fair, I'm not even going to say, like, oh, how dare you, like, localization team get something wrong. Because honestly, it's also perfectly in character for Frau to just do something like that, to use an abbreviation nobody would ever use. So, like, no matter which way it is, whether it's a real thing in Japanese, they minor mistranslation or Frau being Frau, it all works. I drift atop the waves and reflect upon the meaning of Frau's words. IRUO enters large-scale maintenance on the 24th. It starts the moment the clock hits midnight. There's a high chance that Irie will disappear, yet here I am still struggling to ride a single wave. I only have a day and a half left. It'll be impossible to activate all the triggers up through Report 7. That's why I have to at least get Report number 6 by tomorrow. How could I look Irie in the eyes if I don't? I can't just sit around forever. I need to settle this today. The problem is that no matter how small the wave is, standing and balancing on the board is really hard. Excuse me. I always lose my balance right after standing up, causing me to fall into and swallow lots of seawater. I've lost count of how many times I've wiped out. Pretty sure I'm in the hundreds now. Look, I'm giving it my all, okay? But I still haven't been able to ride a wave for 3 seconds or more. The Kimijima report trigger condition is that I have to ride a wave for 3 seconds or longer. I thought it'd be easy at first, but I was entirely wrong. My lack of motor reflexes is hitting me like a ton of bricks. If only he could just use his thumbs to input a fighting game command, it would be fine. I'm ranked number 2 in the world at Kill Ballad, yet I can't even stand on a board for 3 seconds. If only I could surf like I play fighting games. Surf with your thumbs. It'd be so much easier to imagine my own success. Wait a second. Maybe I can? The wave is my enemy, my opponent in battle. We're doing this, huh? Me and the wave, a legit 1v1 match. My chances of winning are something like 1 to 9 right now, maybe closer to 0 and 10. This is my final chance, let's end this. From a sitting position, I switch to lying face down on the board and start paddling. Round 1, fight. I paddle in the direction the waves are heading. What are the odds that we actually get the right one?
Friendship.
Nope, but it works. I paddle in the direction the waves are heading. In KB, paddling would be like using advancing and backstepping vernier thrusters to gauge the distance to my opponent. Sure? I do that to lure them into whiffing an attack after entering my range. If they have an opening, I strike. Alright, here comes a wave. I start paddling even harder with my arms and legs. The board begins to advance as the wave pushes it from behind. Don't worry about their range. What's important is mine. There's no point to any of this if my attack doesn't land after all. My body inclines with the board. The enemy is putting the pressure on me. They're using a strong attack. No, more like a medium attack. Cool. There you go. The opening is small, but the power is low too. Are they using something like a jab or poke to test the distance between us? Naive. Too naive. Yeah, no worries. They've been popping up like once a night for the past few nights, but that's just what it is. Don't underestimate me. I can react to any move within 8 frames, damn it. What does that have to do with surfing? I immediately go into a counter-like weak attack. I stand up on the board. Up until now, this is where I'd whiff on connecting my combo. I'd lose my balance and fall over every time. But not today. I'm gonna make this combo connect. Each time I start losing balance, I input the precise commands. I don't give the enemy a chance to counter. Connect the whole combo, Kaido. Stage 2, I bend my left knee to keep balance. Water splashes against my face. I advance and slide along the glimmering ocean surface. Stage 3, I spread both arms out to keep balance. I'm speeding up. I can feel the wind against my body and it smells like seawater. I'm actually moving forward. Stage 4, I lower my waist. I feel like an idiot for clinging to the ocean's surface all that time, flapping my arms and legs. The water's resistance vanishes. It's like I've been freed from gravity itself. Stage 5, I go to brace my legs to solidify my balance, but the sole of my foot slips. Suddenly thrown into the ocean. I can't tell up from down or left from right, so I relax my body for a moment. I've experienced this many times, so my body knows how to deal with falling into the ocean now. I let my body loosen up and calmly check the direction of the ocean's surface. Struggling now only causes more panic, making things much, much worse. After seeing the sunlight reflecting off the surface, I kick at the water and break through the thin layer above. My face emerges and I take a fresh breath of air. I glance over at the beach and see Mizuka-san waving her arms wildly. She seems to be shouting something, but I can't hear her too well. Either way, time to head back for now. Nicely done. Mizuka-san flashes me one of her rare, kind smiles. Has hell frozen over? You did it, so how'd it feel? What? I did it.
もしかして俺
I rode away for 3 seconds.
多分
I think you managed at least about 5, actually.
ストップウォッチで測
I
る
wasn't counting with a stopwatch. That's not an exact time.
いや
Man, I was just trying my damnedest not to fall off the board. I was super focused.
なんだ
That's all you have to say? Think a little. I recall the vista that stretched out before me in the moment.
浮いてるみたい
I felt like I was floating. Oh, and I could also feel the
気
wind.
持ちよかったよ
Felt damn good. Mizuka-san nods, her head like she's satisfied, and pats me on the head. Yeah, you done
上
good.
出来だ
She never compliments me for anything. To be honest, just this alone is enough to make me feel pretty happy. Not that I plan on continuing to serve. It's just too much for someone as unathletic as I am. Plus it's cold. More importantly, the trigger! If that activated the trigger, I can finally start looking for report number 6. The issue is that the judge, little Irie, has been bugging out as of late. I gotta check with her and make sure. I hurry over in my bag and take out my phone droid. I boot up Irie and look around. I spot Irie standing nearby, spacing out. Crap, please tell me she was actually watching. Irie-chan, did you see my gallant performance just now?
小学生の頃
In elementary school, I always came in second place at racing. What's she talking about? They'd call me Forever Second. Wow. But at my elementary school, there was only one other person in the same grade as me. Oh.
他に一人だ
Oh.
ったんですつまり
So second place wasn't very good.
そんなにす
My elementary school was the same deal. There are more elementary schools than junior or high schools here. That means that each school has a small number of students per class. When I was a little dude, Akio was the only other kid in the same grade. Each elementary school probably has about 10 students a pop. Wait, why are you telling me about your time in elementary school?
AI でしょ
Aren't you an AI? Time for tomorrow's weather report. Another bug. This is going nowhere, so I try tapping Irie's forehead to switch her to get you there. Please don't rub me there, it tickles.
そういう理
I really don't need you to react like that. It makes everything that much worse. As I figured, she won't switch over. I like her weather forecast animation. I wonder if I can check with her while she's Irie?
君島レポート
I want to confirm what the trigger activation situation is for Kimijima report number 6. Okay, I can do that. Irie raises her hands and thinks to herself. Number 6. Okay, the trigger activation status for Kimijima report number 6. Are you ready? I nod. 1. Discover Kimijima report number 5. According to Gijine, trigger number 1 was completed ages ago. 2. Record a high score on JAXA Matsuda Tracking and Communication Center's satellite tracking game. Complete. 3. Gather 100 lost golf balls at the Cosmos Reports golf course. Wow, that's complete. 4. Ride a wave for 3 or more seconds on a geotagged surfboard. That's complete. Hell yeah.
プラグ4も
So number 4 is good. Yep, this means you've activated all the triggers. Therefore, the AR annotation for report number 6 has been made visible. You better hurry and find it before it starts to snow. What? Irie's been going on about snow for a while now. Is it because it's winter, or is she just bugging out?
はい
Kai. Mizuka-san calls me out to me not with her warm smile from earlier, but with her usual bitter look.
いつまで独り言言って
How long do you plan on chatting with yourself?
撤収するなら
If you're done, wash yourself and the board.
あはいはい
Ah, right.
水香さん
Thanks a lot for all the help, Mizuka-san. I couldn't have done this without you. In response, Mizuka-san turns to me with a harsh expression on her
あん
face.
まり妙なこと
Don't get yourself wrapped up in strange shit, Kai.
取り返しがつかない
Turn back while you still can.
一人で抱え込む
Don't be an idiot and try to shoulder everything yourself. Otherwise, you'll never be able to come back from the other side.
サーフィンでも
In surfing, the current can be a scary thing. You can be swept into the open sea before you know it. Surfer lingo for the flow of the tides. I don't know if that's surfer lingo. I think that's just the term. The strong currents are called rip currents, which is what they usually mean when discussing currents.
水香さん
Isuka-san? What's with her? It's like she's hinting that she knows what I'm up to. Yeah, I told her about the Kimijima reports a while back, but I never gave her specifics. Does she know something that I don't? And then there's the way she reacts to Irie. I know she's been Misane's friend since forever, but even still, I feel like she knows more than she's letting on.
水香さん
話は
Isuka-san?
聞かないよ
I'm not answering. She quickly interrupts me.
さっ
Okay,
さと後片付けだ
just hurry and clean up. I'll bring some water so you go pick up the
行動
board.
開始しな
Mizuka-san barks her order at me and turns away. Wasn't she the one who just told me not to shoulder things alone, and now she's refusing to talk to me? At least that's what it feels like. After I finish surfing, I drop by the old airport where Frau and Juna are shooting mocap footage, but also Twitter. Day 2 building at TNSC, making progress. Doc came to help. He's eating lunch, a cute handmade bento. I made that, aww. That old man has calmed down. Then it must taste good, lucky. Make one for Aki-chan too. She doesn't eat right on her days off. See, I'm tempted, but at the same time, like, she cooks for so many people already. Just compliment the food tasting good. Kashi. Cashews? Kamikaze? Khakis? I'm gonna go cashews, because they're delicious. Okay, that one, the 23rd is the important one. Okay. Every year I make sure the Christmas cakes get sent overseas. Isn't it romantic? It's my way of putting on a show. I'm sure my wife and son like it. Yes, about the cake. I ordered it at La Ciel in Nakatane-cho. The neighbor, Ishi-san, told me about it. Seems like my wife doesn't want to trouble me. I guess I'm going home empty-handed. They have a very strange Twitter relationship. There, the elbow. It's too bent. The robot can't bend like that. Oh, sorry. But, if we don't at least reproduce this pose, it won't look much like Gun Barrel. The two of them are watching the Gun Barrel anime on the phone thread while talking things over. They appear to be talking about how to reproduce Gun Barrel's signature pose. Model 2's number of joints prevent it from matching the show 1-to-1, so they're trying to simplify it. Oh, and by the way, Akio decided on 2 performances for Model 2. The first one is Gun Barrel's signature pose, as seen in the anime. The second is Juna's thing, a karate kata. They still haven't decided on the exact details of that one. As soon as assembly is finished, those performances will be programmed into the robot. I tried modifying the polygonal gun barrel model I used in Kill Ballad. I used the joint no movement range and slender gun barrel's other data to faithfully reproduce its movements. Slender gun barrel? I'm guessing she means Model 2? I suppose without its armor it kinda looks slender. By linking that to the RGB cameras, if you make a move that's outside the range of motion, an alarm will go off. It'll beep if I do a move that Model 2-san can't. We can use that to simplify animation down to a level that Slender Gun Barrel can reproduce. It's pretty handy. But by the way, Yashio-senpai, I noticed this a little while back, but your hair looks kind of moist. Huh? Oh, it's just surfing is all. How erotic. Surfing, come on. Wet hair is just the best. Deliciously lewd. Don't you agree, Karate-senpai? Huh? Me? I don't really understand, so I'm gonna go for a run and clear my head. Bye. Juna's face goes bright red as she suddenly dashes off towards the runway, which implies to me that she understands but doesn't want to talk about it. Jun-chan sure likes running. I watch Juna's back get smaller and force out a smile. Karate-senpai is full of carnal desire. I just know that running won't fix your problem. Koda-chan, Jun-chan's older than you, so try not to tease her so much, okay? And stop looking at me with those lewd eyes of yours. But I refuse. I'm just going to keep imagining things until you act on them. Too easy. Well, I guess it's sort of taboo for Fujo to say that to the person they're imagining things about. Whose eyes are those eyes? The lewd eyes. But I don't play by the rules, so I'm giving it everything I've got. She's the type who won't stop going if you try and complain at her, so I decide not to pursue the topic any further, opting to ask her what I originally intended to. There's something I wanted to ask you. Do you have any idea where Kimijima Report number 6 could be? I pull up the map app on my phone droid. Number 6's triggers with the Nagashima Coast, Cosmo Resort, and the Matsuda Tracking and Communication Center. I activated the trigger at Nagahama Coast, but no location was specified, so I doubt it mattered where it did it. Oh yeah, which means both the Cosmo Resort and the Matsuda Tracking and Communication Center are in Matsuda. The Matsuda district is a small community. It's where Juna's house and karate dojo are located. It's on the Pacific side of central Katanagashima, and that's why I think it could be around this area. Give me the trends and steps for the other 5 reports, please. Trends and steps, huh? I always left that to Gejine, so I never thought through for myself. I start naming off the places where I found reports so far. Rao thinks to herself for a bit, then promptly gives up. I wasn't even born on this island. Isn't it weird to ask me? A local would be way more familiar with this, SMH. You're right, but... What are you guys talking about? Juna returns from her run, a layer of sweat on her forehead. I guess I'll run it by her too. Juna stares at the map for a while, then timidly opens her mouth. I feel like all the places you found reports are famous spots. How so? You know, they kind of seem like areas that would be marked on a sightseeing map. Oh, sorry, you can just ignore me, I'm sure I'm totally wrong. No, that's not a bad idea at all. Never thought about that. It's true, they were never hidden in the middle of some sugarcane field or in some random person's yard. Then doesn't that make things simple? A place near Matsuda, written on a sightseeing map, that's my FA. Internet slang used in the aughts, short for final answer. Nobody's ever done that. Used to confirm if what you said is the last answer. Originated from a popular trivia show where a player could win $1 million. Yeah, I know that's my final answer and where that originally originated from, but FA? Really? Alright. That'd be, the Matsuda Tracking Communication Center in the Cosmo Resort. Right, but I just went there to activate triggers. Oh, huh. I suppose I could check them again today. I managed to narrow down the candidates to 7 spots total. If I don't find it at any of those spots, I'll have to expand the search area. Time is not on my side. Thanks, you were a huge help. Is Iriton really disappearing tomorrow? Grau says sadly. This is so wrong. You're the one who predicted this would happen. Oh, right, my bad, dude. Regardless, it's gonna be way too sad to not be able to talk to Iriton anymore, SMH. How much did she talk to her? Actually, while I love Iriton, I wanted to talk rotten business with Gejine some more. That's what it was. That's the one. Also, hey Topaz, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing? I'm not sure I know what you mean, but Gejine has been MIA thanks to all these bugs. Ah, before I forget, Akiho-chan said we should hold a Christmas party. With Airi-chan too. A Christmas party? That's such a normie event. Go blow up. Yeah, they clearly do. Actually, most of the time Gejine is just like, stop, don't tweet that, what are you doing? But, you know, that's interaction. When was she thinking? Sleeping? Yeah, I mean, sleep is good. I'm not sure, but aren't Christmas parties normally held on the 24th or 25th? She said we should all prepare presents. Yashio-senpai, hurry up and get Airi here. Ask her what she wants for Christmas. Is there even a point in asking? She's supposed to disappear the moment it becomes the 24th, after all. So maybe that's all the more reason to ask. Either way, it wouldn't be right to say no, so I obediently call out Airi. A Christmas present? If you want thin books, I have lots. You can have as many as you want. I'm down for any fetish, too easy. Kona-chan, bad girl. I want snow. It sure would be nice if it snowed on Christmas Eve. What did you say? Snow again? We can't do anything about the weather. Airi-chan, why are you so fixated on snow? I mean, you only just recently started talking about it. You're wrong, I've always longed for snow. Almost every year since I was told I had an incurable illness. I always hoped and hoped for snow on Christmas Eve. Airi-chan? This is weird. I know I'm wrong about this, but Airi feels really human just now. That smile was too human. Making a lonesome smile requires a complex mix of emotions. There's no way an AI program could express that. Now what does she mean by incurable illness in every year? Did your creator really give her such a meaningless background story? The next day. I think this might be where a plot important one is. I'll be staying on the island for Christmas and the holiday season. I'm really sorry that I can't come back, Dad. Oh, I forgot to tell you yesterday, but you should blow dry your hair. You'll catch a cold. Who cares? Sorry. Today will be a midsummer day. The high will be 4 degrees Celsius. That's slightly off. Current attendance for day 1 is about 300,000. 3 years ago, the sacred place was expanded and it became chaotic. About 30% travel from overseas. To BH, the people from the countryside have intense eyes. This is the important one. How did you live through that battlefield? That's what we gotta answer. Easily 10 times the population of Tanegashima. Got the chills just imagining it in a bad way. Okay. That should be it until the 27th. Heck yeah. Played about 30 minutes, 5-1, heading out. Alright, cool. Also, I guess since we hit all the triggers, we may as well save again. Today's a holiday, so we've got the day off. I set out bright and early in the morning. Yesterday was a busy one. I checked the Cosmo Resort and the Matsuda Tracking Communication Center for the AR annotation, but no luck. I have until midnight. Because it's possible that Irie disappears when the date changes, that's my deadline. If I don't somehow find report number 6 before then, I'm screwed. In the worst case scenario, I'll have to give up on report number 7 completely. Alright. It will be nice and clear today with a 0% chance of precipitation. It'll be cold, so put something warm on when going out. Irie faces the wrong direction, even though she's seemingly talking to me. Yesterday, no, not just yesterday, lately, I've stopped trying to think about Irie's words and actions. If Irie somehow survives past tomorrow, I'll handle it. But it's probably just a bug. Or at least that's what I keep telling myself. Even if I stick my neck into all of this, I won't be able to get answers within the day. Kimijima report takes priority right now. I've narrowed the search down to 5 locations. I should do the rounds. Alright. Hase Park, Hamada Beach, Old Tanegashima Airport, Nagahame Coast. Well, I mean, they said it was probably in this area, right? We've also already found one at Hase Park. No, they said it was like a mid-island. So, it's probably one of these two. If it's going to be somewhere in mid-island, it's got to be one of these, right? The coast or the airport? And they've also said it's usually like, yeah, I'm thinking the same, because it's usually like tourist spots, right? So I'm saying that's at least the one to start at. If it's not here, I'll keep looking, but this seems the logical starting point. Old Tanegashima Airport. I mean, I assume at the time it was more populated. No, not that one. This one. Alright, let's start looking. Let's hop around. Let's just go around the outside to make sure the actual outside is fine. All the way zoomed in, so it couldn't possibly be past to this line. Time to pixel hunt. You bet. Pixel hunt while holding my hand steady, otherwise this happens. Alright. I still kind of get the feeling that clouds aren't where it's going to be, but it just logically makes sense to start top down. Right? Like, top down just makes the most sense. Like a real camera. I can turn it off, but I kinda don't hate it. But I can turn off the motion bit of it if I care. And they just throw in random circular things like that to throw me off and be like, oh. It's motion controls, but I can use... I'm using the thumbstick, but it's got both turned on. So if I wanted to, I could just tilt the controller. You can't see me doing that, but I could just tilt the controller, and it would work too. But I feel like it's just a little smoother thumbstick. Also feel like I've already gone through this line, but whatever. It is what it is. I will be a bit surprised if it's not here, because this one just seems logical. But we've also proven to be absolutely blind. So it also wouldn't surprise me if we just miss it. I feel like so far there's been no rhyme or reason or pattern as to like, is it high, is it low? It never seems to be in the absolute skybox, but beyond that, kind of just is somewhere. The ones on boundary lines are easier to spot if the game is nice to me. Because you can really kind of tell if it's in like a boundary area between light and dark. It's the only time it's really noticeable. Super zoomed in on a boundary line. Well, there's the tag. Tag again, yep, not helpful. And they don't make these easy to spot. I mean, we've narrowed it down to 5. I'm gonna assume it's not gonna be at a place we already found one. Just gonna assume, which narrows it down to 3. Jeez, there's still so much of this one left. See, the little shaky motion of the tags throws me off. Like it's motion. It's like, oh, that's something. Yep, office. Kinda doubt it's on the fence. I mean, it's possible. That's the thing, though. I definitely feel like this is the logical place for it to be. And both Ramen and I thought the same. It's two people being like, no, this makes sense as a place. Like the attachment line for those looks kind of janky. They hid this one in the grass. Oh, there's still so much. I kind of doubt it's going to be on the like pavement. I don't know. I mean, still going to go through, but it just seems less likely to me. Yeah, I feel like if it was going to be here, it'd be in the building. Oh, still so much. I guess this is a fairly important area that we go back to quite a few times. So it makes sense that it's a big... Okay, so we would have checked everywhere. Alright. We didn't find one on this coast, did we? But I don't know if the beach is, like, gonna be good enough. Oh, hey, we got some twips. They on for Christmas. Feel the same way. If we started break before Christmas, we would have so much more fun, both teachers and students. I don't get why we'd go to school on the 24th and 25th. I could focus on production if we had those days off. I was on the winter side because I had a group ticket for helping Mama's group. Mama's group was by the wall once. I was a sales girl. All I did was help prepare them lined up in the major companies with Mama. 24th and 25th should disappear in a vortex. Winter break is crunch time. If we don't work hard now, we won't make it to the expo. Excuse me. Can't we all jolly just because... Can't be all jolly just because it's Christmas. Everyone, please. Calm down. Ah, but I would like to do a small Christmas party with the members of the Robot Club. I don't know how many times all 5 of us will be gathered together. Let's have cake as a pre-party for Gunbuild 2 completion. Of high school life. Could you not? Good idea. Breaks are needed. Yeah. At my house, we have a custom that every Christmas we celebrate with cream-covered Okinawan donuts. It's probably from the Okinawan blood in us. Sounds like a calories. First I've heard of that custom. Sounds good. Yeah. Gotta be like, yeah, delicious food. You traitor! How could you betray me? What? Christmas Eve. Glad you're excited. Be nice if it lasted until tomorrow. Enjoy the Eve rather than the actual Eve. Sure. If this is the case, I'm gonna make Misho-senpai put on 4 eyes and wear a Santa outfit. But when he takes the outfit off, he's naked with a ribbon wrapped around his neck. Then he'll say, we are the Christmas present. I want to fantasize that, so I need him to be summoned. Okay. This seems... like, where would they even put it here? It's less vertical than the previous ones. There's less places... never mind. I wasn't zoomed in. This is all just... The only place it would be noticeable beyond that line. Like, this fits the, like, location idea, but also there's just nothing here. Like, it doesn't fit thematically. And I'm definitely... Well, I mean, I guess it would fit the surfing part of it. If they hide it down here, I'm never finding it. Just saying. If it's in the sand or in the, like, solid blue sky, I am never finding it. In a million years. Just wouldn't happen. At least give it that tentative search. If it hits 11 o'clock and I haven't found it, I'm just going to look up where it is. Because I do want to keep it going. Gives us 13 minutes of confusion, though. Which is about on par, honestly. It. And if it was here thematically, it would be in the ocean, right? Because we went surfing. I guess it could be in the sky, but like... Yeah, if it's up here, I'm never going to spot it. I gave it a tentative look. The only other place... That's so away from the rest of it, though. And I'm definitely going to run on the assumption that it wouldn't be in a place we've already checked. Could it be here? I mean, it could be anywhere, but... Right out. I'm going to go bottom up this time. Oh, zoom in first. Alright, that's about the range of where we're looking. Swear I just saw something. This is too much contrasting areas. Previous ones had too few. This is too much. Too many places to hide it. Assuming they'd keep it to contrasting areas, which they might not. Alright, nothing. Oh, hey, the rocks. Do not climb, yeah. Don't climb, but find the report.
あとナンバー6を
Oh
ダウンロ
man,
ードしま
those
し
are not easy. Ready for the definite positive news that's going to come out of this report? Something to be like, Psych, I actually set up countermeasures for all this. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Ugh. Or, see, that's the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is that the entire report is just whose eyes are those eyes the entire way down. Just copied and pasted. So we've had the far good and the far bad. 100% the last one. I hope not. With a sigh of relief. I would have thought it was going to be at the airport. Managed to get it in time. There happens to be a rest beneath the bench in front of me, so I sit down and take a look at the report. Oh man, I'm not ready. The idea of promoting false images like they're real using media has become outdated. In the 21st century, propaganda cements an idea by extending imagination to reality. That sounds familiar. She did say that line at the start. Slowly but surely, they will destroy our ability to recognize reality. The Committee of 300 call it the weapon of silence. In less than 20 years, the tanks and missile style of warfare will come to an end. Nukes will be antiques, wars will start somewhere no one notices. A one-sided massacre will happen without getting noticed, and it will end without anyone finding out. It will quietly infest each person's heart, corrupt it, violate it, and eventually kill it. That's the way of the weapon of silence. It directly controls a person more than their own will. It is far beyond the level of propaganda and can easily take away a person's dignity. It is scientifically possible to show an imaginary thing that doesn't exist to the human eye. Vector Condoria University already has created a technology called VR, Visual Rebuilding, and has gotten officially approved as proprietary technology. A human brain structures its will from a neural pulse, an electric signal. Therefore, if you send an artificial neural pulse from the nervous optics to the brain, you can expand imagination into reality. This technology is an evolved version of AR and can drastically change the level of everyday life if used in a peaceful way. Of course, such a hope is already gone. The research is already at the point where you are able to control a large amount of people's will by showing a hallucination through VR technology. And of course, it is no other than the Tavistock Institute pushing it. It is the Committee of 300's Human Ranch Project number 86, Project NOAA, Nozomi Technology, after getting technological help from Tavistock, executed an indiscriminate experiment in Shibuya, Tokyo. Yeah, they did. That's not all. It is common knowledge that artificial earthquakes are made in that city. There isn't a single person that questions the obviously unusual earthquakes. Have you ever thought it was unusual? If you haven't, you are also getting your thoughts controlled by Tavistock. A group of people who lost their identity, a strong electromagnetic weapon that can cause earthquakes and solar disturbances occurring during the extreme solar activity season. When all the situations line up, that will ring the bell to end the world. Project Adam will be executed. The few that are in power will completely massacre the innocent and make some of them livestock. The chances will come 3 times, in 2015, 2019, and 2020. Be aware, though it may be too late. So, yeah. So they have access to Project Noah, even if not quite, maybe it's not quite in the state it was before, but still. They are absolutely using it to control people, 100%. And yeah. Other than Project Noah is happening and they are controlling people, this one doesn't have as much like new info per se. But also, a group of people who lost their identity, a strong electromagnetic weapon that can cause earthquakes. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Yeah. And solar disturbances occurring during the extreme solar activity season. A group of people who lost their identity. That one we don't have to the best of my knowledge yet. Earthquakes. I mean, we know that exists. We know the electromagnetic weapon that can cause earthquakes and the solar disturbances occurring during extreme solar. So 2 out of 3. I don't think we have a group of people who lost their identity yet, but I could be wrong. Oh, 3/29/2010. I thank you for reading up to here. You who are reading this private message must either be very patient, super curious, or have a great heart for justice. But be careful. If they find out you are reading this, you may be in danger too. The reports were written secretly, hidden from the assassins of the Committee of 300. When you are reading this, I am most likely gone from the world. But this fearful plan must be stopped. Excuse me. Given that, I have a favor to ask. If you believe in me, I want you to find the 7th report. The 7th report itself is a key, and when it gets released, it is set to spread the other 6 reports through IRUO to people all over the world. And yes, of course, you will not be traced. Currently in 2010, when I'm writing this report, IRUO is still a prototype. I'm asking this hoping that in 5 years, or even in 9 to 10 years, people all over the world will be using it. I will think positively that if you read this report, then my predictions were right. This is counter-propaganda, flipping over Tavistock. In this high-speed information society, information gets spread instantly. Once spread, it cannot be stopped, unless you hide a tree in the forest like Tavistock. Now, make a decision. I leave everything to you. If you believe that these conclusions are true, get the 7th report. If you do not, dispose of it. I pray there will be someone that reads up to here. I appreciate whoever has read up to here. Thank you. I'm praying that the world hasn't been corrupted by the conspiracy. Say hi to Irie for me. As usual, this stuff is so complex that it makes my head hurt. But there does seem to be a more personal message at the end. I guess Kokimijima wants to use IRUO to scatter his reports around the world. I suppose that's his way of warning the planet. His way of beating Tavistock at their own game. It's possible that IRUO was created just to spread this information. If true, talk about some 4D chess. Kokimijima's plan worked out big time. IRUO currently has over 1 billion users worldwide. But if I spread this, what guarantee is there that it'll be safe? That I'll be safe? I mean, he does say it's not traceable. Kokimijima was murdered, and Frau's mom was... Isn't this too dangerous? This is too heavy a burden for me. Says the guy who went out of his way to get all the reports. I can recognize that it's dangerous. The reports have predicted nothing but the truth so far. This isn't a conspiracy theory, it's more like a prophecy. That's why the mention of spreading it worldwide is so terrifying. Irie-chan, can you tell me what the triggers are for Kimijima Report number 7? Sure. Let's see. Unlock all Kimijima reports from number 1 through number 6. That's it. What? No triggers? Looks like it. It initially strikes me as too good to be true, and it is. Wait. Hold on. That means the AR annotation for number 7 is already materialized, right? So no hints as to where it might be located? Looks like it. Give me a break. I want to cradle my head. Worst case scenario, I'll have to expand my search radius to the northern tip of the island, where I haven't gone yet. If Kokimijima wants his reports spread across the world, why do you have to make it so difficult? You thought you were done, haha, yeah. I have to use Juna's method to narrow things down. It's gotta be somewhere on a sightseeing map. But if we're talking spots all across Tanegashima, this is gonna suck. It's possible that the 2020 solar disturbance arrives before I find report number 7. Good grief, what am I gonna do? Then Irie speaks to me. I wanna go home. Huh? My birthday is tomorrow. I kind of wanted to go home for that. Is that okay? Is she acting weird again because of the bugs? Wait, you were designed with a birthday in your backstory? It wasn't designed, it's the day I first opened my eyes, Christmas Eve. Huh? Maybe that's why she's so fixated on the idea of White Christmas Eve. Never had a door near my house, so I couldn't ever go home. So let's go! By the way, in your backstory, where's your house placed? It's not placed anywhere, it really exists. It's where Master and I lived. Master? Wait, you mean Kimijima's actual house? Yup, I also have my own... Oh, well, Irie abruptly freezes. Her expression locks in place as if time itself is frozen. Yeah? That's right, I don't have any other houses. I also have my own... Yeah. She immediately starts moving again. Seeing her like this hurts. It's too painful to watch. Alright, fine. I'll tag along. Actually, you can't go home unless I take you there, right? Yup, I'm glad you're here, big brother. If she's going to potentially vanish in half a day, I might as well stick with her until the end. I also have to look into how I'm going to get my hands on report number 7. Ivy's guidance, whoops. It's a total mess. I was speeding along on my scooter when she told me I was going too fast. So now we have to go on foot. I have no idea how far I'm going or in what direction. All I can do is follow Irie as she skips along leisurely. Irie is just an AR being, so she doesn't get tired no matter how far she walks. But I have an actual body. I can only walk so much. Plus, I've been pushing my scooter this whole time, so it's twice as tiring. We start at Otasu Metasu Rocks. Irie heads towards the mountains, the direction of the new airport, then heads down Road 76 towards Nisho no Moteshi. It's a long and steep hill road. Walking up, then slowly descending gets me pretty exhausted. Midway, we come upon an unpaved mountain road. And Twitter. Oh, don't know why I didn't expect to see her there. Figured I'd just check for tags, but it's a mountain road. Brakes are needed. Sounds good. Next time, treat just me. I'm glad you're excited. Entangle. TBH, shouldn't it be fried chicken for Christmas? SMH. But there aren't any stores on the island. Oh well, Christmas is cancelled. To tell the truth, twice a month they traveled from Kagoshima to sell it here. But due to the solar disturbance in August, they have been holding it off. May this feeling never disappear. Normie should explode. Taking a walk is fun. I hope I can go home. Hello from Space Candy. How about some space candy with your cake and champagne for Christmas? You can get the special Christmas version of the Bee Coop inside Kagoshima now. Cool. Is Kokimijima's house really past here? Can't trust Irie because she's bugging out. That said, she shows no hesitation in her step. It's been nearly 2 hours of walking now. I mean, it's hard to go wrong with fried chicken. If the punchline after all this is, I took the wrong road, I might actually die. Oh. 50% CG completion? That seems really low. We have a lot more CG going on. Oh, you're right. That's a shadow. Well, we're still viewing... We have to be viewing her through AR, so it's just a really good AR. 50%. Yep, we just hit 50%. Tonight's weather for the Yakushima region of Tanegashima should be clear, with a 0% chance of precipitation. It should be sunny and clear tomorrow, with a 0% chance of precipitation. A high of 10 degrees and a low of 8 degrees. Irie innocently repeats the weather forecast out loud. I've heard it a grand total of 10 times since we started walking. Hell, I even have it memorized now. That's right, clear weather tonight through tomorrow, 0% chance of precipitation. Doesn't look like it'll be snowing. No matter how many times you check the weather, it won't suddenly turn from a clear day to a snowy one. And even if it did somehow snow tomorrow, making it a white Christmas, Irie would never be able to see it herself. We're here! Oh, this is a place. After walking along an awful mountain road, we finally come across some ruins. The house stands alone in the woods, likely abandoned some 10 years ago. I guess the forest is reclaiming it. The surrounding area is covered in trees and weeds, making it hard to even reach the entrance. The windows are broken and there are plants and vines growing all over the walls. Jeez, this place is a mess. With Kokimijima dead, there was probably nobody left to maintain the place. So he lived out here all alone. Excuse me. Sounds like a mountain hermit to me. By the by, is this where Kokimijima was murdered? Nope. Relieved to hear that. I honestly don't have the guts to set foot into a place where a person was killed. I wonder if Irie witnessed it. So, what do you want to do here? I want to stay here until I disappear. Is that so? I figured she was acting strange because of a bug, but it looks like she has some awareness that today might be her last. She's seeming more and more human. If this is a part of her programming, Kokimijima really was brilliant. Wait, hold your horses. If you're gonna stay here until you disappear, that means I gotta stay too. Yup, let's keep checking the weather report together. Seriously? Doesn't even take 10 minutes to check the weather report for every region of Japan. RUO maintenance starts at midnight. We have over half a day left. Is she legit telling me to stick around on this stupidly cold winter day? If I left one of the Kimijima reports here, you'd be able to stay, right? Oh, that works too.
お兄ちゃんの好き
Do
な
whatever you
ように
want to,
して
big
くだ
brother.
さい
じゃあ
Yeah, he is. In that case, I figured I'd stick the AR annotation here and get going, but... No, 51% CG. Irie is spacing out, standing around in the overgrown weeds. Lately, I see her like this a lot. The expression she's making while staring up at the sky through the tiny gap in the trees, like she's praying. I don't really understand why, but she looks like she could start crying at any moment. Good grief, making her look like a young girl is legit unfair. Kokimijima knew exactly what he was doing. Goddamn lolicon. Well, it may be cold, but the time will fly by if I play Kill Ballad. Though I'm pretty sure it's going to be creepy at night. Oh, it's going to be super creepy at night, then he's going to have to walk back? Whatever, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Good old Kai thinking about his well-being. As always. Oh, in the time between when we got here and now, Gejine tweeted, I bet you are lonely. Let me show you a dream. I'll make it so you can freely walk around as if it's your backyard. A weather-controlling machine. That actually might be too hard. Good night, Sleeping Beauty. You might be able to escape pain, but you may lose your happiness too. You are still young. Considering we can't summon Gejine right now, that's even weirder. It's even weirder. More importantly, should peek inside while it's still bright out. Why? The hell if I know? Yeah, she is. If I had to say, I guess I want to know a little more about Kimijima's nature as a person. Pretty messy in here. I doubt anything's tagged. We've seen this room before though, haven't we? Oh, I don't... Was it a dream or something? We've seen this room though. It's pretty messy in here. And a house has become so unlivable after just a few years. Yeah. It was definitely like a flashback or something, it must have been, but we've seen this room. If you keep the windows shut tight, shouldn't things stay clean? It's kind of a mystery. Wait, this is... Isn't this the same room as one... Though? Oh... Yeah... It was one of the scenes in Gunvarel's episode. The same room as that one in that picture from Gunvarel's last episode? Let me take a few pics. I turn and look all the way around. The room is about 8 tatami mats in size. It honestly feels nothing like the average living room of a house. If anything, it's sort of like a hospital room, or maybe an isolation cell in a nice prison. That's the conclusion I've come to, considering there's barely any furniture in the room, not so comfy. The bed is a cheap and plain pipe bed, and there are medicine bottles strewn across the floor. Did Kokimijima really live here? I can't even imagine what kind of life he lived.
マスターは
When he wasn't working, Master would never leave the bed. Irie says cheerfully as she comes strolling into the room.
ベッドの上で
He ate in bed, talked to me in bed, read books, and fell asleep.
部屋の中の
Wait, you can see this room?
この家は特
This house is special. It's where I was born. Oh, but as far as I can tell, this house is just like it was 9 years ago. Nice and clean.
とかを今は
What does it look like now?
廃墟になって
It's abandoned, in shambles even.
そうなん
I see. Irie seems saddened by this
君のマ
revelation.
スターは仕事
So your master worked here?
そうです
Yup, that's right.
ずっ
He always shut himself away in here.
食事ぐらいは買いに
Didn't he have to leave to get food?
と食事は
Irie would bring him food.
いや無理
What?
でしょ
That's impossible. Hmm?
無理ですか
It's impossible?
だって愛理ち
I
ゃん
mean,
は
you don't have a physical body. Well, besides the fact that clearly she's talking about memories of when she was physically alive, she's an AI connected to the internet. She could just have Amazon deliver it. She could absolutely bring food here.
でもでも
But Irie really did bring him food.
あと
Also, after I was born, Misaki would sometimes bring stuff too.
先も持ってきてくれ
ミサ姉が
Misane would. I'd heard that Misane and Irie were pals. And I know that Misane and Kokimijima had some level of friendship between them. Oh. It's... It's... Did Misane know her as a human being? I'm not sure whether that's what she's implying or whether she's just got the timeline messed up a bit. But it doesn't seem... But Mizuki doesn't seem weirded out by the fact that she's just an AI. So I always just assumed that that's how it always was. Well, not always was, but always was in the terms of, like, Misane knowing her. But I still don't know the details of that relationship. Remind me, what would Misane and Kimijima talk about? I've asked this question before, but there's no harm in checking again.
美咲は愛梨とたくさんお
Yeah.
話ししました。
Misaki talked to me a whole bunch,
マスターは
but Master didn't really like talking.
マスターと
Master and Misaki would only talk once in a
し
while.
ませんでした。
Same answer as before, huh?
部屋は
I wonder if there are any other rooms. This is a combined bedroom and living room. There's a door further in. Past it is a kitchen and a bathroom. There's something else curious about the house. There's a square cover of some sort attached to the dirty floor. It has a handle, so I try grabbing it and lifting it. Thought it might be an underground storage space, but it's not. Instead, there's a set of stairs leading into a dark abyss.
地下室
A basement. Considering he didn't even try to hide it, it must be a storage basement.
下は
Below here is Master's
仕事場で
workspace.
す。
Irie explains as she peers at the stairs leading underground.
仕事場が地下に
He worked underground. It's pretty dark down there.
窓も何も
There are
ない
no
です。
windows or anything, but there are
電気が
lights.
つきますよ。
Who knows if they work now, though?
その方が集中
Master
で
said he
きる
focused better like that. Huh. His workspace, eh? The genius Ko Kimijima, developer of IRUO, creator of Irie, author of the Kimijima reports. This is where he worked.
君島レポートナンバー
You think there might be any hints as to the location of Kimijima report number 7 down here?
そう
Who knows? Not expecting much. Ko Kimijima was murdered. It's only natural to think that... Whoop, my bad. His killers came here and scoured through his basement. If he was the type to slip up and leave a hint, the reports would have been buried by the committee's assassins by now. But hey, might as well check just in case. I've got time to kill, plus I might learn something about who Ko Kimijima was as a person.
愛梨ちゃんついてこられる
Irie-chan, can you follow me?
いけますよ
Yep, I can. Considering how bugged out she is, she's doing pretty okay right now. Riding that momentum, I steel myself and slide my body through the square hole. I use my phone droid as a flashlight while descending the stairs. Again, it works, but only when they decide to use it. I quickly reach the bottom. I hold up my phone droid for light. Right in front of me, there's a door.
これって
This is... I remember this. No, not quite. I don't remember this. To be more accurate, I recall seeing a door that looked very much like this before. That's right, on the first floor of the local hall in Uchigaoka Park. The electronic lock is the same too, which means... I try inputting the password. I still remember it clear as day. Password.
開いた
It opened. Could another one of those suspicious machines be
愛
inside?
梨ちゃん
Irie-chan, have you ever been in here? Yes, I
ま
have.
すよ愛梨がいる
Irie is in here. Words go in one ear and right out the other. Not that it ultimately mattered. Oh man, does that mean her physical body's in there? She's buried in there. The server containing her is in there. Place your bets. The moment I open the door, I immediately recognize what's in front of me. There's something in the center of the room. It's sealed tightly and about 2 meters in length. Looks like a coffin. But I quickly confirm that it's not the case. It's too mechanical after all. Plus I can hear low humming coming from it, kind of like an animal's growl. This has got to be some kind of electric device. But despite understanding that from a rational perspective, my actual feelings say otherwise. Yet for some reason, when I discover a button on the surface of the coffin, I can't help but reach out to it. Okay. Cover of the coffin slowly slides away. Revealed is a glass window through which I can see the face of a young girl.
愛
Irie? There can't be a person in here. I refuse to accept that reality. It can't be. That's why my brain keeps desperately telling me that this is just a coffin, but it's impossible. No matter how much I try to fool myself, it's not working. And even if this was a coffin, hell, especially if it is a coffin, there's no way it would be left in the basement of a ruined building like this. Either way, this room is far from ordinary. Calm down. Take deep breaths. I assume nothing's tagged in here, but also, like, I gotta check. Don't panic. It's just like the room in the local hall. I've experienced a weird situation like this before. I can get through it again. Believe in yourself. I keep repeating to myself over and over again. I once more shift my gaze to the coffin and the girl sleeping inside of it. Can't determine whether she's sleeping or dead, and I can't explain why. For a moment, I thought she was Irie. There's no color to her face. She's paler than porcelain. Her eyes are shut with a tranquil expression on her face. She has not a scratch on her. If anything, she's actually quite beautiful. It's easy to imagine her opening her eyes and being a proper, lovely young lady, other than the fact that she has zero color to her whatsoever. Before I realize it, I have goosebumps all over my body. I'm shivering from the cold. It's not from my confusion. Well, maybe part of it is. This room is cold, like really cold. It's almost as if cold air is seeping in through the floor. I'm dressed warmly and it's still bugging me. This isn't natural. This room is being artificially cooled. There's electricity in this room, just like the one in the local hall. So who's been fronting the bill? I already know the answer to that question. It's obviously Taiyo Development, the same folks who brought the local hall and paid for its bill. What the hell is all this? This basement is filled with more oddness than even the local hall's room. The coffin-like device is connected to what seems to be a giant control unit. There's an old desk and pipe chair. There's nothing on said desk. However, there is the trace of something that used to be there. Did Kokimijima dispose of it himself? Irie, what is this? I call out to her. My eyes dart around, looking for the AR girl. Irie! Can't find her, even though she was right behind me a moment ago. I point my phone to right every which way, desperately looking for a sign of Irie. I see something drift past my screen. Irie had slipped past my side. She leans against the coffin. Then she rubs her cheek against it affectionately. It's been so long since we last met. What is she saying? Hey, so, I'd love an explanation. It's seriously a pain for me when things blow away my wildest expectations, so, can you explain this? Please? Can't move. This coffin, it's too terrifying. I'm at a loss. All I can do is seek an answer from Irie. As for her reply, can't you tell? She's Irie. Irie says her own name like it's the most obvious thing in the world. She then adds, Irie Yukifune, my original. We got a name. Unknown, Irie Yukifune. I'll never get well. That's what I was told. My illness isn't life-threatening, but it'll torment me for life. That's what the doctors told me. After I was diagnosed, I couldn't go to school anymore. I spent every day of my life in my room. It was easy enough to convince myself that I couldn't do anything about the pain. But it was too much to watch my illness torment Mom and Dad. I felt guilty. I just wanted to disappear. The only real enjoyment I had was watching the next day's weather forecast. Watching and believing that maybe this would be the year I'd witness a miracle, a white Christmas Eve. Maybe, just maybe, if it could snow on Christmas Eve, eventually my incurable illness could be cured. That's why I'd endlessly check the weather forecast all day long, then I'd sigh to myself. Hey, this is the first time we're seeing Kokimijima, isn't it? Kokimijima was a strange man who had recently moved close. I say close, but he lived about 1 kilometer into the forest. This is our first time actually seeing him, right? I had no idea what he looked like, I don't think. That's a face. At first all we do was exchange a word or two when Kimijima-san walked past my house. But somehow, Kimijima-san learned of my illness and gave me a wonderful present one day. It was the alpha version of IRUO, an app that he was developing at the time. Yeah, big forehead. I felt like I was traveling all over the world. I still remember how much fun I had getting to see that wonderful app. Excuse me. After that, on days when I felt okay, I'd often go and visit Kimijima-san's house. Kimijima-san didn't take good care of himself, so sometimes he wouldn't eat for days if I left him alone. Which is why I'd always bring him food when I came by. While he ate, we'd talk about all kinds of things. Kimijima-san was what you could call an inventor. He said he'd created all kinds of things. I don't know if he was telling the truth, but he even said he might be able to build a time machine.
だったらこの島で
Then,
クリスマスイブ
could you
に
make it snow on Christmas
雪を
Eve?
降らせることはできますか？
When I tried asking, I recall a troubled smile crossing Kimijima-san's face. A weather control device, eh? That might be a bit beyond me. Time machine sure seems like it would be more difficult. When I said that to him, he simply laughed and said I might be right. I had never left Tanegashima. When I told him that I wanted to try traveling around the world, Kimijima-san created a model that looked just like me, then put it into IRUO. I could see myself walking down the streets of faraway foreign lands. Seeing myself in the world of IRUO helped me forget reality. I was so happy, but it was just an illusion. In reality, I would never be cured of my illness. It was so painful. It also tormented my parents, who had to care for me 24 hours a day. I felt so guilty that eventually I wanted to die. Yet despite all of this, we somehow just barely managed to function as a family. But such a tightly drawn string can snap at even the slightest thing. A strange thing happened around October of that year. Dad stopped coming home. He disappeared from the island altogether. It didn't take long for everything else to collapse. Mom had to care for me alone, but she was never a particularly strong person. About a month after Dad disappeared, under too much pressure, Mom tried to strangle me. I could clearly feel her intent to kill me. While I was scared, I also thought it would be okay to die if that'd free Mom. But in the end, she released her hands from my neck and started crying and apologizing. I wished from the bottom of my heart. I wished that I'd just disappear, to be gone from that place and free Mom from the curse that was me. And then I saw the weekly weather forecast. It would be bright and sunny on Christmas Eve. It was then that I gave up, convinced that miracles didn't exist. I headed straight for Kimijima-san's house and asked him to erase me from the world. I know it was wrong to ask him for that, but Kimijima-san was the only other person I could rely on. If he could invent anything, maybe he could make something that would grant my wish. And when he heard that Kimijima-san began to cry, Airi, I know how to grant your wish. I know how, but it's very dangerous. And at the end of the day, relying on this means running away. You're simply escaping from living now in this moment. You're still young, your life might be full of hardships, but I'm sure there will also be things to look forward to. If you decide to go through with this, you'll escape the hardships, but you'll also leave behind all that joy. And perhaps most importantly, I'm sure you'll make your mother tremendously sad. So Airi, please don't say such sad things to me. Even then, I just wanted to free Mom from the burden that was me. She sacrificed 14 years of her life to take care of my frail body. I wanted to finally give her relief. Shortly after our conversation, Kimijima-san led me to his basement. There's something resembling a coffin in the room. I'm sure you'll end up sleeping here for decades. Kimijima-san gently explains. When you wake up, your mother will no longer be of this world. It will be an era where your illness can be cured. You'll wake up the same age you are now. That's not necessary. It's possible that I too will have passed away by then. You'll be running through time to the distant future. I'm sure your long sleep will be lonely, but worry not. I'll show you a dream. I'll make it so that you can walk around freely within IRUO, as though it were your garden. The world of IRUO isn't that large yet, but I'm sure its size will increase dramatically when the official service starts. Though it might prove difficult to see it snow, but you can save that for when you awaken, when your illness is cured. Good night, Sleeping Beauty. Sweet dreams.
おやすみなさい。
Good night, and thank you.
ありがとう。
Yeah, so she's alive. Thank you, Kimijima-san, for listening to the wish of someone like me. I hope Kimijima-san is still there when I wake up, even if he's become an old man. And with that, my whole world was engulfed in white. I take one step back, then another. With each step, I kick some dust into the air. The surface of the device that Airi is pretending to rub her cheek against is also coated in dust. As for my candid thoughts following Airi's explanation, it's like something straight out of some manga. This seems to be what people call a cold sleep device. Airi makes it sound like she's completely unrelated. I try googling it. Apparently said device chills the human body to a low temperature, slowing cell activity and preserving the body. By doing so, as long as the device is operational, one won't age for decades or even centuries. It's a method of extending the human lifespan far past its limits. You see it a lot in space movies. It's been said that the technology to make it real already exists, but nobody's tried to make it happen. Why not? Because there's no guarantee that the thawing process is safe. That makes sense. It'll also explain why nobody's attempted it.
じゃあさ、
So, you're saying that the real Irie-chan is in this device isn't actually dead? Correct. While she's in a state very close to death, revival should be possible. Should be, huh? At a loss, I sit down on the pipe chair nearby. Can't believe there's an original Irie-chan.
愛梨ちゃんってさ、
So, were you equipped with info on the original's experiences from before she went into cold sleep?
いや、
Well, it's just that the way you've been talking and acting lately makes me think that's the case. Saying things about bringing food to Kokimijima, for example, or Irie saying she saw herself.
君さ、
Why do you know so much about the original Irie-chan from before she was put into cold sleep? Because I am Irie. It's not an answer. I mean, it is an answer. With that, I give up on her giving me any clarification. This is that consciousness dreaming. Like, he said that, but maybe she didn't include it in the explanation. I doubt AR Irie came up with this story on her own. She's only a program. Even if she's fabricated a story, that'd be the programmer's will, not AR Irie's will. Which means it's possible that Kokimijima programmed her like this. Irie Yukifune's sincere wish to be put into cold sleep. Her feelings, he accurately traced them. Then he installed them into AR Irie, though I have no idea why he'd do that. What should I do?
したらいいのやら。
Was finding this machine a good or bad thing? Currently sitting in the basement of an abandoned house deep in the forest. With Kokimijima dead, I doubt anybody's been here in over 9 years. And in this very basement sleeps a young girl. Who knows when she'll wake up, but one thing is for sure, she's alive. So now that I found her, what should I do? I can't just leave Sleeping Beauty here and run off. And I have no means of waking her up either. And with Kokimijima dead, this house is owned by someone else. Even if they've never come to visit it, they're paying the bill. This house and cold sleep device belongs to them. I'd be causing problems if I just fiddled with this thing without their permission. I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. Also, if you wake her up and her condition hasn't been cured, you're not helping. That's why I'm at a loss.
そもそも
Let's say your story is true. Where is Irie Yukifune's mom? What's she doing?
俺は今どこでどうしてるんだろう。
If Irie Yukifune entered cold sleep without telling her mom, she'd be treated as a missing person. Also, who's Gejine then? I guess Gejine is like the actual AI component part of this. Did her mother not go to the police? If she did, Kokimijima would have been the first person that came up as a suspect. And then they would have found this room. Not that I have the slightest clue as to whether putting someone into cold sleep is a crime or not. It's gotta be a crime. While Irie Yukifune entered by her own will, she's a minor. She doesn't have the ability to consent legally. That'd put Kokimijima in a bad place. And if her mom agreed to continue the cold sleep, she would have been moved. She'd be at a proper medical facility. Instead, she's been left in the basement of this abandoned house for 9 years, without any proper maintenance. Master told Miki Yunifune the full story. I was there when he did. The full story, and her mom agreed? If she didn't, she wouldn't have left her daughter on ice for 9 years.
その母親は
Where's her mom now?
わかりません。
I don't know.
わからないの
You don't know?
マスターが事実を
I know that after Master filled her in, she left the island 5 months later.
でも
But I never followed her whereabouts after that.
ですね。
She left her daughter behind. After being freed from her daughter, did she decide to run away like the dad? I don't want to think this way, but this same lady did try to choke her own daughter to death. With my meager imagination, I can't find a reason why she'd leave the island and not come back even
この
once.
家の現在の所有者
Who currently owns this house?
そういう難しい
Please don't ask me such hard questions.
ゲジネなら
Gejine might know, though.
思います。
I flick my finger against her forehead in response to her absurd suggestion considering the situation. Owie. Maybe that's why she's remembering much more of her like human memories, because Gejine is gone. So it's just leaving the human portion.
やっぱり
I figured as much.
じゃないか。
That doesn't explain why Gejine is gone, though it could have something to do with... See, it could have something to do with the sun, but like, while her tweets are weird, they're not incoherent. She clearly was talking about sand when they were on the beach. She's clearly talking coherently to Irie. She may be bugging a bit, but she's not, like, busted. This bug is bad news. I can't even ask the questions I want to ask. What's the original Irie's incurable illness called? It's been nearly 9 years since she entered cold sleep, so it's possible that we have a treatment for it now. Cool. Whoa. Somehow the name of the illness itself is being blocked. Maybe out of consideration for the trauma it caused? Wouldn't it make more sense to let her say it so people could be like, oh, I can Google that? It's not like my knowing its name would fix things. You could Google it! Or doodle it. Alright, Kaito, calm down and think. And check Twitter. Gun build 2, pre-prep is finished. Going all in. Shing! If I make the wrong choice here, there may be no turning back. Even the ever-present aurora that eerily stains the entire night sky is barely visible due to the red lights. It's already late into the night when I look out of the window from the back seat of the police car. Workers continue to go in and out of the ruins that were once Kokimijima's house. Oh, so that's the choice he made. In the end, after a lot of thinking, I decided to report the whole story to the police. In fact, up until a moment ago, I was being questioned in the back of this police car. It took forever. The cold sleep device can't just be removed. If they carelessly cut the power, they risk killing Irie Yukifune. Even then, I just couldn't leave her be. I asked the police to prioritize Irie Yukifune's well-being and to thaw her out into a proper facility somewhere. Although I have no idea if they'll listen to my request, I was just the first person to discover her. The police officer who questioned me, Miyamasu-san, said that they understood. I'll trust them for now. I considered telling them about the Kimijima reports, but they seemed busy enough as it is, so I kept quiet. Then eventually, I was let go. I'll leave the rest to the police. If nothing else, this is better than if I were to try and handle things myself. Probably shouldn't dig any deeper into this. I might talk to Irie like she's my pal, but she's not Irie Yukifune. We're total strangers who have never met before. She told you... Okay, this isn't my business. No one would benefit from me poking my nose where I don't belong. If she continues her long sleep, we'll probably never speak to one another. And if she does wake up, I'll have nothing to offer her, no way of filling the 9-year void in her heart. As the person who found her, this is all I can do for her. Miyamasu-san offered to drive me home, but I have my scooter, so I refused. Also, according to the clock, it's almost 11 at night. I only have an hour until AR Irie vanishes. I call home to tell them I'm taking a bit of a detour, then hop onto my scooter. You call them for the first time of the day at 11 p.m. to be like, detour. It's 10 minutes till midnight by the time I reach Uchigaoka Park. Glad I made it in time. Also Twitter. Still not home. The lights were off in your room. Yeah. Pro tip, Robot Club. At least take Christmas off. Taking breaks every so often helps regenerate your minds and bodies. I have a dinner date with all the female employees tomorrow. Glad I made it in time. I figured I should see her off if possible. I never thought I had such a sentimental side to me. I'm sure that's the reason why I've been so fixated on this park since I was a kid. Well, I guess you could call me a weak romanticist in a way. There's nobody in the park. Not surprising given the hour, but the silence is almost painful to the ears. During the summer, this whole place would be filled with the sounds of insects. There's barely any noise now. Excuse me. This sort of silence might be why winter evenings always seem so lonely. Ari-chan, are you there? I came all the way here on my scooter. Did she manage to follow along? I whip out my phone to and look for her. Yep, there she is, right next to me. She's looking up at the night sky again, almost like she's praying. Up in the sky. We can see the stars. We can see the aurora. Is it just me, or is it more active than usual? And now, tomorrow's weather forecast for the Yukishima region of Tanegashima, Kagoshima Prefecture. As always, Irie starts indifferently reading the weather forecast aloud. Tomorrow should be sunny and clear, with a 0% chance of precipitation. Then Irie looks at me. She smiles sadly. She says tomorrow will be sunny and clear. Tonight too. Looks like it won't be snowing. That's too bad. I had just a teensy bit of hope, but even if it happens to snow, Irie wouldn't be able to see it with her own eyes. But I don't think that matters. White Christmas Eve on Tanegashima. that miracle in and of itself is what's important to her. Maybe I should have tried asking more times. To who?
マスターに
Master.
マスターなら
Master could do anything. He could make anything.
雪を降らせ
I'm sure he could have made a device that could make it snow. Cold sleep device and a weather control device. Sure, they're both complicated in their own ways. I hear they have machines that artificially create snow for ski resorts up north, but it's not the same thing. Plus, it'd cost a fortune to ship one of those to Tanegashima.
でも
But you know, I at least got to see a wonderful dream.
最初は
In the beginning, Misaki would talk to me a whole bunch.
それからしばらく
After she left, I was alone for a really long time, but
お兄ちゃんに
I was happy I got to meet you and talk about all sorts of things again.
できることなら
If possible, I would have liked to have gotten to see Misaki again.
アイリ
Heh, you and a lot of people. I'm a little mad that she left me here and never came back to visit. Heh, yeah, you and a lot of people.
あ、そう。
Is that so?
っていうかさ、
By the way, could you do me a favor and stop talking like this is the end of the road?
アイリちゃんは
There's still a chance you won't disappear, dummy.
そうですね
You're right.
でも
But since it's not going to snow, I don't think a miracle is going to happen.
奇跡は起こら
I
ない
didn't expect her to be such a realist right now. But maybe it's because she spent so much time longing for something out of her reach.
アイリちゃんって
Ari-chan, have you ever left this island?
ありますよ
I
あ
have.
るの
You have, but you have to use the Kimijima reports as your doors, right? Aren't they only on this island? Correct, I can't leave the island.
られません
Our conversation isn't matching up again. I'll just chalk it up to her bugging out.
だったら
If you were able to hold out for just 2 more months, I could have taken you with me to Odaiba.
お題
Odaiba, that's in Tokyo?
東京ですね
The Kimijima reports have been downloaded to my phone droid, so Irie can appear wherever I go.
例えば
Are there any other places you want to go?
気象庁
The JMA.
なんだって
What's that?
気象庁
The Japan Meteorological Agency. Of course.
天気予
I
報
want to see where they do the real weather forecast.
そんなに天気
You like them that much, huh? Yeah, just looking at them is fun.
好きなお天
My favorite weather girl is Yoshizumi. He's not a girl, he's an old dude. Are the bugs messing with her again? Plus, didn't he retire ages ago?
気世界中
You know how they have a forecast around the world? Some places are super hot while others have blizzards.
にアイリは
I can't see things like rain or snow,
そういう天気
so I only know about the different types of weather through the forecast.
そのデータを
By analyzing the data, I feel like I'm experiencing it myself. Huh? That's probably what she meant when she said she had left the island. Ira's been traveling across the world this whole time in her own way.
お姉ちゃん
Big brother, big brother! It's the 24th. Irie gets a little excited and starts making something of a fuss.
何
What's up?
君のオリジナルの
Worried about your original?
いいえ
Nope, the police are doing a great job.
じゃあ何
Then what is it?
メリークリスマス
Merry Christmas Eve! Huh? That's impossible. I shouldn't be able to hear her voice. Irie was supposed to go into maintenance at midnight on the 24th. Check my watch. It's 12:01 a.m. on the 24th. A minute past the planned time. Yet both Irie and Irie are perfectly functional as usual.
遅れてるのかな
Maybe they're running late.
ジュネなら
Kitsune can get the details super quickly.
くれますよ
Irie then merrily thrust her forehead towards me.
ゲージネーに変わる
Wait, you can switch over to Kitsune now? As of late, I've had zero luck with this. I give it a shot and tap on Irie's forehead. Well, that tickles.
やっぱりダ
I
メじゃん
figured as much. I'm an idiot for getting my hopes up.
兄ちゃんは
You always touch my forehead, big brother.
ほっぺたと
I
か
wouldn't mind being touched on the cheek, chin, or mouth. Why always my forehead?
おでこが
Do you like foreheads or something?
一番タップ
Just the easiest place to tap.
それだけだと
That's not a very fun answer.
アイリは
I like having my forehead rubbed though, so I don't mind putting up with it even if it tickles.
あんまり我慢でき
Sure
てる
doesn't seem to me like you're just putting up with it. That's not important right now. The date's changed over, but maintenance hasn't started. Has it been delayed? On Twippo, Frau's writing about how IRUO maintenance has been delayed by an hour. I head to Happiness for You's official site only to find that they've indeed announced a 1-hour delay. Frau's info is accurate.
1時間
An hour, huh? I have some unexpected free time.
ホワイトクリスマ
Yoshizumi said before that if you kiss someone on a white Christmas Eve, your love will bear fruit.
ス吉住が
She sure does like Yoshizumi. Also, wow, despite his age, he was quite the romantic, eh?
どうせなら
I'd prefer a kiss on the forehead instead.
相手は
From who?
ちょうど
Wow, what amazing timing! I just happen to have the perfect person right here with me.
それってつまり
You make it sound like you'd be fine with anyone. And how exactly would I go about kissing AR Irie?
そもそも
Plus,
雪が降って
it's
ない
not
から
snowing.
恋は
Ain't no love being born in this
お
park.
兄ちゃんは
Are you in love with someone, big brother?
さあどうだろう
Beats me. Great answer. Boo, don't dodge the question.
そ
Then how about you?
愛理は
I'm not.
そういうプログ
I
ラム
haven't been programmed to love.
でも
But I am still a girl, so of course I'm interested in that kind of thing.
興味は
She is.
ずいぶん
Quite the fair maiden you are.
降ったら
If it snows, please do it.
奇跡が起き
If a miracle really does happen, please kiss me to commemorate the moment.
約束です
It's a promise. Once again, Irie looks up at the sky like she's searching for something.
待ってるんだね
You're waiting, aren't you?
雪が降
For it to snow. Even though she knows it's impossible. Even with the painful reality of a 0% chance staring at her back in the eyes, she can't help but long for it. That's what the expression on her face tells me. The kiss isn't what matters. She's just waiting for it to snow. Even though she knows she could vanish in an hour, this AI continues to pray but for one thing. This Irie truly seems like she's alive. Funny that. It's a fact that Koki Mijima created her so that the Irie Yukifune could walk around while she slept. So she could dream. However, at the end of the day, a dream is nothing but a dream.
あ
Huh? My phone droid begins to ring. Given how quiet it is in the park, the sound startles me. I swear. If it's that song, I'm out. I'm out? No, it's Kona-chan. Okay.
コナちゃんか
Yeah, Kona-chan. Isn't it kind of late?
今年のクリスマス中
Christmas is canceled this year.
アホなこと言う
If you're just gonna be a dumbhead, I'm hanging up.
ちょ待てよ
Hold on.
雪を
Do you want to make it snow?
どういうこ
What do you mean?
クラウタンが一晩
Browtown did it in a night.
実際は
Though to be honest, I only barely managed to make it in time thanks to the maintenance delay.
医療専用
I created an app for IRUO.
吉尾先輩も
Could you download and try it out? I'm sure you'll dig it.
じゃあアイリ
Anyway, say heyo to Iriton for me. Frau's a good person. The end.
どうしたんですか
What was that about?
とさあね
Dunno.
コナ
Kona-chan sent me something strange.
のを送りつけてくれた
In the email from Frau is an address. I downloaded the app located there and installed it into IRUO. I have no idea what to expect from this. It's only after I reboot IRUO that the app does its thing. And before my very eyes, something slowly floats to the ground, reflecting the lights of the aurora off of its surface. It's white and soft. Snow. She's right, it's snow. It's not actually falling in reality. The sky is as clear as it was moments before. The perfectly visible aurora is proof that there are no clouds in the sky from which the snow falls. And yet, it's undeniably snowing. To the screen of my phone droid, within the 7-inch LED monitor of my phone droid, powdery snow falls on Tanegashima on Christmas Eve. The snow is just an illusion, but to Irie's eyes, I'm sure she can see it more clearly than the real thing.
雪ですよ
It's snowing, big brother.
アイリにも
I can see it. It's so white and fluffy. Wow. Irie looks up at the night sky and raises her hands like she's trying to catch the snow while spinning in place. Today's weather forecast was wrong! Excitedly and happily. An innocent smile forms on her face. I have a new weather forecast for tonight.
種
The Yakushima region of Tanegashima, she spins. Just like a child, like someone of her age would. Will be sunny and clear, with snow later in the evening. It's not a forecast. That's what's currently happening. I have to give Frau a pat on the back later. There's only a little time left before Irie potentially disappears. She should enjoy this moment as much as possible. I'll stick with her until the very end. We still got a full hour to go. Suppose I can kill some time playing Kill Ballad?
お兄ちゃん
Big brother?
ん
So, on the monitor, Irie timidly walks over to me. For some reason, her cheeks are a little red.
さっき
You promised me earlier, remember?
約束
Wait,
キスしろ
you want a kiss? Yeah.
おでこにします
Would you like to kiss me on the forehead, cheek, or perhaps the lips?
アイリの
I
第一
personally
希望
prefer my forehead.
本気で
Are
言
you
ってる
being serious?
お兄ちゃんは
Are you going to break your promise, big brother?
せっかく
It snowed and everything.
でもどう
How can I kiss you? You don't have a physical body.
それは
Well, Irie tilts her head. I guess she didn't consider that. I mean, I guess if she really wants a kiss, there's a way I can kinda sorta fake it. Just like how I tap her on the forehead. But if someone sees me, I'd never recover from it. This is crossing the line as an actual human. Granted, a pervert like Frau would probably be totally okay with it. Irie's still pondering. Instead of thinking of something so inconsequential, she should be enjoying the snow. But you know what? The two of us have been partners for 4 months now. And yet I've never really been able to give her anything. I suppose I could suck it up just this once and keep my promise. Thank goodness it's so late. There's pretty much no chance of someone seeing me at this hour.
愛理ちゃん
Airi-chan. Yes?
そのまま
Close your eyes.
どうしてですか？
Why? Come on, don't ask me that.
約束を
I'm going to keep my
守る
promise. Yeah. She gets a lot of CG for hers. Airi obediently closes her eyes. I hold my phone right up and take a step forward. Airi's face draws near. Another step. Face is so close that it basically fills the entire screen. When push comes to shove, this is crazy embarrassing. Sure, this is someone's kink. Just want to flee from the scene. This is about as embarrassing as when I win a KB match after turning in an awful performance. Plus, Airi looks pretty young, so it even kind of feels like I'm committing a crime. Kissing her on the forehead, dude. Probably, yeah. Big brother. Airi whispers, her eyes still closed. She's waiting for me to act. Her whispered words are the push I need. The go, no-go decision is a go. Aim for Airi's forehead. And gently kiss her through the monitor. Big brother. I released my lips from the monitor. The LCD screen was cold. I wipe my lips. Can't even look at Airi directly. What am I doing with this AI? Seriously. Tears fall from Airi's bashful eyes. Why? Big brother. Why am I crying? I'm not sad. This is so strange. I guess this must be a bug too. Or did Master make a mistake and program me weirdly? If that's the case, I have 2 words for that clumsy Master of mine. And 2 words for you for finding the bug, big brother. Thank you. Sure, the feelings I'm experiencing right now, I'm sure they'll reach Airi too. And then 40 minutes later, both Airi and the snow quietly vanish. Only the aurora remains in the sky, continuing to give color to the darkness of the night. Opposing alarm rings throughout the facility. We have something on the 27th. I bought a phone droid for a longtime female friend, but I wonder if she can even use it to its full capacity. Oh. We know who's getting it, I guess. She'll probably use it as a phone because she hates machines, even though she went out of the way to buy it when she finally gave in. If you're interested in thin books, I have a friend in Tokyo who can get them for you. Regular attendee at Komima each year. I only know them online, but I heard they're friends with Dash. Username Curry Gohan and Kamehameha. Hell yeah. Yeah, the pick. Whew, the time has come. It's winter break. Get hyped. Played 1 hour, 10-0. A crazy hyped Club Prez came to pick me up. Cryosleep experiment in Tanegashima. A girl who was asleep for 10 years has been discovered. The source is Spo East, lol. Not like it's an SF movie. Why Tanegashima? Sounds like a manga. Yes, Spo East, Spo East. Who's gonna take this seriously? If it had happened, there'd be like a natural monument? The question in the title explains it all. That's Spo East quality, yep. I have some friends that are girls too. We play together all the time, do crazy stuff together. Oh my god. All these people are loopy in the head. 3D is no good. That's why I don't see any girls and stay in the 2D world on Christmas. That's my way of life. I want to host a house party with some family. It's been a dream for so long. You're a winner if you host a house party. Duh. Like, you feel like the backbone of the family. Like, you come to a castle and I'll treat you to my castle and I'll treat you well. I'm like a normie, right? An opposing alert. Oh, we read that. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All hands prepare for combat! All cart troopers take off as soon as you're ready! I feel like, yeah, just hearing those alarms just makes it seem like it's ready to go. Maximum cringe. Wow, for Frau to say that. It's really embarrassing when Akio gets like this with adults present. She's like an elementary school boy or something. I don't want to get lumped in with her, so I stay quiet. Everyone else appears to feel similarly. Akio finds herself totally alone, causing her to deflate. It goes without saying that the alarm has zero to do with an enemy attack. It just means the ceiling crane is moving. Right now, said crane is sliding back and forth, moving the motor hanging from it to the top of Model 2. Without me even realizing it, the bottom half of Model 2 is basically finished. We're attaching the waist parts now. These parts have 2 motors installed into them, making up the leg joints. By installing these, the 2 legs will finally be connected.
やっぱりあのクレーンが
Having that crane really makes a huge difference when it comes to assembly pickup speed. Akio looks up the crane and mutters to herself. JAXA technicians are operating the crane. I recall Akio saying that they said it'd be too dangerous to let students operate it, so they wouldn't let her touch it. That's smart. Not because she'd screw anything up intentionally, just like it's too dangerous for kids. Like, we should just be grateful that JAXA is lending us the Nissan and these technicians for our little robot project.
それにしても
Kinda shocked by how quickly this is all coming together. About 2 weeks ago, I heard that the new monitor had been completed. At this point, Model 2 only existed up to its knees.
パーツ自体はもうほぼ全て
Most of the parts were finished already. For the last 2 months, Akio and Subaru have been going to the clinic day after day to make parts.
いや1号機に
Sure, but in Model 1's case, didn't that take like 7 years?
ガンツクワンとは
Things are completely different this time around.
お金もなかったし
Back then, we had no money or facilities to work with.
歴代の先輩たちが
Everyone before us had just built things little by little over the
うちの
years.
代になってから
But by the time the baton got passed to us, I was pretty much working alone. Yeah, I get it. I didn't help at
でも
all.
ガンツク2は
But this time, lots of people are helping with gun build too. We have money and capable members.
特に
Especially Subaru. The roadmap he made is why we've been able to keep making progress. If it was just me, I'd probably forget what I'd already built and what I hadn't yet.
今はね
The prep work is pretty much all done now, so we're really just waiting for the new motors to be completed.
新型モーター
By new motors, you mean the ones Grandpa's building use the mono...
せい
Hiya! I jammed 3 fingers into Juno's spell. That's the weirdest way to get someone to stop talking. Maintaining that position, I look for Naya-san. I'm trying to avoid her prying into this monopole business. Luckily, Naya-san is a little ways off, looking up at the ceiling crane. Don't be so careless, Jun-chan. Ah. Juna taps my arms while staring at me with tearful eyes. She's clearly given up. Spread a secret, yeah. Ah, that was terrible, Yashio-kun.
私
I've never had a boy stick his fingers into my mouth before. I'd hope you haven't had anyone just jam fingers into your mouth before, to be fair. No worries, I've only ever done it to Aki-chan.
ちなみに俺がもし
By the way, if I ever slip up, don't hesitate to punch me. I could never do that. The only ones who know about the monopoles are us, Doc, and some of the oldies from the local workshops. We decided that nobody else needed to know, especially not the JAXA folks.
まあそんなこと
So yeah, the monopole motors, new motors are starting to get completed. She just witnessed what happened and she's just like, yeah, the monopole motors. Even Juna's like, why didn't you jam fingers into her? What is this miserable feeling in the pit of my stomach? She's completely hopeless. Juna's sacrifice was totally for nothing. Fortunately for us, Nai-san didn't hear her, so we narrowly avoided death. Akio flashes us an embarrassed smile, then continues.
さすがに24機
That said, we only have 8 out of the total 24 complete.
それもこれまで
Up until yesterday, we were swapping out the fake placeholder motors. I guess all the motors in Model 2 had been fakes. We were also practicing with Harunaka-san. Akio looks up at the ceiling crane. Subaru and a veteran JAXA technician in uniform are operating the crane from above. Well, Subaru's just observing. Harunaka-san is the JAXA technician in charge of the crane. He is apparently involved with the assembly of every H2 rocket. He's quiet, but immensely skilled. As far as us Robot Club peeps are concerned, there's no one as reliable as he is. Plus, unlike Doc, he doesn't shout all the time. There's been no assembly work at JAXA for the last 2 years, so he helped with building the legs to stay fresh. And so now we're assembling the waist. Once both legs are connected, the lower body will be done. It'll be able to walk. Although in terms of software, we're waiting for Fraubo to make the system. She said, delivering her confusing testimony. Hey, make sure you do it, okay? We're counting on you, Fraubo. She said, delivering her confusing testimony. Are we gonna be alright? Prez! Subaru's waving both arms and shouting from above the ceiling crane.
今日はテンション高い
Is it just me or is he kinda high energy today? A big mood. Duh. We're lowering it down, so please secure it in place. Alright,
ちょっと行ってくるから
I'll be right back.
あとよろしくね
Akio runs off towards Model 2, puts on a safety helmet, then climbs the scaffolding next to the robot's leg. It's not just Akiho. Several of the technicians gather up and wait for the part to be lowered via the crane. Looks like they're going to be connecting it to the motors in the thigh joints, which leaves me, Juna, and Frau off to the side. We're sitting at a table in the corner of the dreary facility. There's a whole shortcake here, and also all kinds of dishes that Juna put together. Fried chicken, wieners, the works. You could call them hot dogs. I know what you mean, but you could call them hot dogs. Natsan brought juice and champagne as well. Today's the 27th of December, 2 days after Christmas. On Akiho's orders, we'll be holding our little Christmas party today. Of course, Naya-san and the other JAXA technicians who always help us were invited to join us. Today is the last business day of the year for the TNSC, so the timing is perfect. The party is set to start as soon as the waste part is attached. It would have been nice if Irie could have made it. Welp. On Christmas Eve, the AI girl vanished alongside the white snow. Welp. Irie entered maintenance for an entire day, but is now back online and running without issue. As for Irie Yukifune, she ended up being transferred to a hospital in Tokyo by the police. They're going to safely thaw her out. Made the news, but it's a gossip level story. It'll likely be buried by other news in a week, then forgotten. Yashio-senpai, did you find Kimijima report number 7? Akio and the others are still working, but Frau is already picking away and snacking on chicken as she asks.
いや
No,
手がかり
I have literally no idea where it might be.
どこから探そうか
I don't even know where to start looking. I'll do what I can to help you search. From inside my house, like an armchair detective.
だったらどう
Then
せ
you'll be useless, so don't bother. More importantly, hurry up and make Model 2's programming. Then your only choice is to get Irie-tan to help you, no?
愛梨ちゃんは
Irie-chan is gone, so that won't be happening. Have you even tried to call for her since Irie came back up?
いや
No, but she vanished right in front of me.
それまでは俺の
She used to follow me around everywhere. Now she's nowhere to be found.
さすがにいないでしょ
Irie-chan is gone, but until Frau brought it up just now, I hadn't even considered any of that. I didn't think to call out for Irie, but what if a sense of hope and expectation begins to build within me? But if I expect too much, it'll make the disappointment that much more painful. Irie being around would definitely make getting report number 7 easier. Yup, sure hope she's still around for that. Can't even be truthful to himself. And so, I hesitantly try calling out to her. The name, her name. The name of a program that had already vanished from this world. The name of that AR AI who was altogether too human. The name of an ordinary young lady who had always longed for it to snow on Christmas Eve. A girl with no family name, I mumbled to myself. Irie? And slowly look around. Once more,
愛梨
Irie. In stark contrast with the people noisily working on assembling Model 2, the three of us perk up our ears in total silence. But as expected, there's no reply.
いやや
See, she's really gone.
バグとして潰されちゃったの
She was removed like a bug.
最初にそうなるって
And aren't you the one who predicted this had happened in the first place? But yesterday, I saw Irie-tan. What? Are you serious? Frau starts nodding.
でも
If that's true,
だったら
then
どうして
why won't she appear when I call for her?
愛梨は
It's simple. There's a voice. Even though Frau, Juna, and myself are the only ones here, even though none of us has said
いない
anything,
からです
Irie is no longer here. The voice comes from my phone droid. A voice that I'm extremely familiar with. She's here. She didn't disappear. I hurry outside and point my phone droid towards the voice. There. As if she could vanish at any time. She stands with a blank expression on her face. Thought she was gone forever, but here she is. A blue icon shining on her forehead.
今ここにいるのは
Irie is currently not present.
ゲジネ
Are you Gechene?
はい
Yes.
私にご用件
If you have business with me, please tap me anywhere on the body, such as the forehead.
額へのキス
However, forehead kisses are unnecessary.
お分かりいただけ
Do you
ました
understand, Yashio-san?
はいはい
Yo, wait.
もしかして
Do you actually remember that?
ご
It is unclear why Gejine would say something like that. As this is a possible bug, it is now under investigation. She doesn't seem to be teasing me. Well, it doesn't really matter if it's a bug or not. Possible that her memories were reset. It's possible that her memories weren't reset. It's possible that Irie is just asleep and could wake up one day. But I don't care about the details. It doesn't matter if she's Gejine or Irie on the inside. Irie has come to the Christmas party. That's all I need. I'm content enough with that. It's a bit late, but Merry Christmas, Gejine, and Irie-chan. Yes. Merry Christmas, Yashio-san. Yep, credits. Well timed. That would be Phase 8 cleared. Phase 9 start has been added. Oh. Merry Christmas, of course. Phase 9 start. Unlock the path to Phase 9. Well. We don't have to worry about anything else. It's right there. It's right there. Phase 9 start. Oh yeah, I guess we can check CG library. Oh, where did it say? Clear list? 56%, 56.5% CG library. Just over halfway before the final ending. Like, damn. Damn. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't have a good answer for that. But I do know that it looks like we won't have to go hunting next time. It's right there. So yeah, that's what we got for now. What did I set for the plan? Tomorrow we're doing Atelier Ryza 2. Thursday's Monster Hunter. Friday I'm hoping to not stream, but if I stream I'll figure something out. Saturday's going to be Jackbox. Saturday's going to be a Jackbox day, and then Sunday's more of this. That's the plan for now. Obviously, thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching. We have the extra heckin' shout out to Arclight for the heckin' 5 months resubscription. Much appreciated, and everybody here, hanging out, having a good time. And yeah, I need to get myself some sleep, but good times tonight. We got two endings, but we were really close to one of them already. We got ourselves a monster, a quote. I started that bot. Okay, there we go. Okay, Discord is lagging, but I started it. And I got nothing. I don't even know what to sound at. So do you know what? No, it's a...
Test your might.
There you go. So yeah, thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching. This has been Viper of Viperland, and I'll see you all next time.